Hello. Just doing a test here, making sure you can hear me.
Hi, Amanda. Yes, can hear you.
Hi, good. Are you able, I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. Abha Thakor?
Yep, that will do.
Okay.
Yeah, my priority at the moment is that I'm running a bit of a high temperature still, so which I've been running all week, and it's just getting a bit higher. So I've literally just thrown lots of cold water on me. So if I'm looking a bit pale,
Oh my gosh.
that's why. So I've adjusted my presentation a little bit to accommodate for that, but hopefully it should all be fine.
Oh yeah, I think you're gonna do great.
I'm trying to keep Slack up on a different thing as well, just in case.
Okay. Okay.
So if I look like I've got wet hair, it's literally so I can keep the temperature a little bit.
To cool yourself off. Well, whatever you got to do. That's very I mean, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I've got WordPress translation week this week, so I've already done one talk with with a temperature, so that was hopefully finish this and then I'll be fine.
And then
So, but yeah, I just thought in case because the people who were doing the hosting at translation day just thought it was useful to know, so that if I start to go very pale, they don't panic.
Okay, right.
So there's no need to panic.
Okay. All right, Antonio, are we good for audio and video?
Do you want me to increase the mic here, or?
No, I think you sound good.
Okay.
All okay. Right.
I've got a lip reading camera just above my desk as well, for people who are lip reading, who are struggling with the subtitling and the caption picture.
Oh, okay.
In the conference, because it's very small. So we've got quite a few people in our team and company who are lip reading this. So, but hopefully that will work.
That's cool.
Do I need to look at anything else in the chat, or can I just ignore that?
Yeah, you can just ignore that. I'll be pulling questions that people have asked. So yeah, you don't need to worry about what's going on in there. Hopefully there'll be a couple of questions that pop up at the end, so I'll just ask you those. And yeah.
Okay.
Straightforward. I'm looking forward to
and
it.
We've got about 10 minutes, and then someone introduces, and then it goes straight in. Is that basically the gist?
Yes, I'll be introducing you. And
thank you.
Then I'll be muting and stopping my video, and you'll take over and share your screen.
It sounds like it's gone really well. I've stayed up for as much as I can, and it sounds like it's been really good.
Yes, I listened to the opening remarks and then I think the first 3 sessions yesterday, and they were all fantastic. And I was just hosting the last session too, which was really great. I mean, every talk I've listened to has been very, very good, very helpful.
Oh, that's good. So.
Well, I'm going to mute myself for now because I think we're actually live. They can hear us.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Well, no, it's okay.
Are we broadcasting?
Antonio's not going to answer, but I think we are. Yeah, I'm going to mute myself for the next 10 minutes or so, and then
I seem to have lost the screen.
All right. Welcome back to WordPress Accessibility Day. My name is Amanda, and I will be the host for the next 2 sessions. You are listening to The Case for Captions with Abha Thakor. It is my pleasure to introduce her. She is an experienced communicator, journalist, researcher, and digital professional working in a variety of sectors. She specializes in new technology, content development, knowledge management, and cross-cultural working and inclusion. In 2020, she was made a fellow of the International Chartered Institute of Public Relations in recognition of her work bridging technology and communications and in promoting inclusion. She has led a number of projects aimed at improving accessibility and inclusion in the WordPress community, and that includes promoting diversity. She is a co-lead for a cross-team subtitling campaign and the communications lead for WordPress Translation Day. So welcome to Abha. Please add your questions to the YouTube chat feed throughout this session, and I'll make sure to ask those at the end of the presentation. So take it away. You can share your screen, Abha, and we're looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. I need someone to enable my video. So I'm hoping. And I'm hoping now you can see myself and you can see my screen. So someone can just let me know in the window that you can see my screen and you can hear me. That would be great. It gave to the chat. Brilliant. Thank you. Well, thank you for joining me, and I'm just going to see if I can minimize that window, and hopefully that won't disturb anybody who's trying to read the text as well. So it's lovely to be here for WordPress Accessibility Day. We've got 2 cameras running. We have a number of people in our team and in my work organization who are going to be lip reading today, and they're also doing a live translation because it's translation week for WordPress as well. So you'll have to be very understanding that I will be looking at 2 cameras at one point, just so that we can help those people who were struggling a little bit yesterday when they were trying to follow in the practice. Okay, so I'm Abha Thakor. I'm from Nonstop News and Nonstop Business Support, and I'm here to show you why you should love captions and how you could become a subtitling champion. We've prepared a link for those, as I've said, who are lip reading, and I'll try not to move too far away from the text and the jargon that they've already inputted into the AI system, so that they can have an easier time of translating us today. So we're going to look at to caption or not to caption, but in my view, actually, there is really no question. We need to be doing this. I'm not going to be focusing on the how, but more on the why. So why are we talking about subtitling today? Well, simply, if you do not have a finished video product unless you have subtitles. And hopefully through this presentation, you'll see why that is so important. The streaming video has increasingly accounted for a large proportion of all internet usage. The most recent survey by Statista, a company which researches key aspects of business data worldwide, found that video represented up to 95% of all internet usage in some of the countries they sampled. Research since continues to show that in most countries, the trend for online streaming of video has had a big growth trajectory. During the pandemic, not surprisingly, it has soared. The effects of the COVID situation have resulted in a further explosion of demand for online streaming access from businesses, from social organizations, special interest groups, and private individuals across the world. So online video consumption really cannot be ignored by businesses or other organizations. It needs to be part of your marketing strategy, your engagement, your knowledge management, and ultimately your sales. In an increasingly crowded marketplace and with more sophisticated production software now available, it makes no sense to omit that final part of what should be in all of our checklists. And I hope after today, you will have this in your checklist, subtitling and captions. First, let's have a look at what these things really are. That is, of course, from being life-changing for some of our colleagues, vital learning tools, and increasingly essential for search engines. Basically, if you don't have that subtitle, this is what is going to happen. People won't be able to access it in a variety of mediums, and search engines certainly can't. We'll be talking more about that through this presentation. Now, we often come across two terms of subtitles and captions as if they mean the same thing. But they're actually three terms that are widely used in the media production. Subtitles, open captions, and closed captions, as you can see on the screen. That's what the technical definition is. They do not actually mean the same thing. At the moment, there are three main types. We'll come to images and the new type of captioning that is coming in later on. Fundamentally, they all mean a visual on-screen text representation of the words heard in an audio track or a video or your broadcast. You'll often hear these terms interchangeably, but you do need to know which of the terms that you actually need for your product and your organization, depending on the environment and the ecosystem, the regulatory framework that you're operating in. So captions come in two varieties, open or closed. Both go further than simple subtitling. They not only represent the spoken words, but they include text descriptions of all non-verbal sounds which may form part of that presentation. So captions amplify the dialogue, the narrative, with descriptions of sounds that would be included through the subtitling of that spoken language. So for example, woman coughs loudly, sound of breaking glass, dog barks. I always wait for my dog to actually see that as a command. Doorbell rings, music plays. This is to try and get as much closely to the atmosphere and feel of the audio track. It's much more interesting for the person who can't access the words or the sound to have a better idea of what is being represented. Providing captions can have a greater implication on production time and costs of subtitling, but both continue to become easier to create and synchronize through the development of enabling software and artificial intelligence. As a firm, we do a lot of work in this area, and it's so wonderful to see it becoming more accessible. I've mentioned two forms of captions. Open captions are captions embedded in a video at production stage and are on screen permanently. The viewer cannot choose whether they appear or not. I've kept this slide up because when I've done this presentation before, people have said they felt it was easier for them to understand the difference when we have this up. So closed captions are interactive in what they can be turned off or on or off at the choice of the viewer. A quick toggle of the remote control and hey presto, captions on, captions off, a bit like the mute button for audio volume. Captions can be a legal requirement in some jurisdictions for videos intended to be broadcast in public, and they're enforced through the various countries' legal systems. As ever, I would urge you to look at the regulations in your own jurisdiction And you may find these in a variety of places, from broadcasting legislation, equality, anti-discrimination regulations, to communications and media laws, but also in the ethos and values of your own organization. The penalties for infringement can be high, and it's worth including the captions and subtitles in your initial brief, in your scoping. In some locations, the requirements apply to both public bodies and organizations with registered charitable status. So do your homework, check what it is that you need. So apart from legal compliance, where it applies, why should we provide subtitles and captions? Well, subtitling is a way to make that video material more accessible. It actually makes it possible for someone with a hearing difficulty to hear the message behind the video at all. But there are a lot of myths about subtitling and why you shouldn't do it. So hopefully today we'll debunk some of those myths. Hearing disabilities can be caused by a large variety of reasons, from disabilities from birth, trauma, injury related, and from actually just getting older, as well as health-related issues. They may be temporary, they may be permanent. We have a number of colleagues in my work and in the WordPress community who have some kind of hearing impairment. In our work in both of these areas, we've been running awareness surveys around what people think subtitles are for. Our panel found that there were myths about subtitling that continue to exist and continue to be shared. People think that it's outdated. They think that when someone appears on a video, words pop up automatically underneath as soon as someone clicks a button. They thought that subtitling is there for people who do not have a computer with sound. You will be surprised how often that comes up as a reason. People also think that accessibility does not relate to video. And the one that we increasingly hear, it's for old people or for people who really aren't our customers. So therefore we don't need to worry about it. The American National Association of the Deaf estimates, oh, I'm waiting for my slides to catch up on your screens. So I'm hoping that they have. So hopefully you've got a screen that shows a blue screen and orange, but if not, I'll talk over it. The American National Association of the Deaf estimates that 5 to 6% of the global population has some form of hearing impairment. That at the time of their investigation translates to around 350 million people who, assuming they have access to technology in order to watch streamed video, would be able to benefit from subtitling or captioning. Even allowing for a proportion of those not having the means to access the internet, there is still a massive potential audience to cater for. On the 1st of March this year, 2020, the World Health Organization estimated that 466 million people have had a disabling hearing loss. It predicted the figure rising to 900 million by 2050, to 900 million by 2050, unless concerted action to address some of the preventable causes was taken. Hopefully you've now got the that figure on screen. Let's just think about that figure. That's a predicted 900 million people by 2050 who could miss out on your messages, online promotions and offers. And that's just from people who can't access your message because they have a hearing issue. On top of that, you have all those people who can't access the message for a variety of other reasons. Let's have a look at some of those reasons. These are just some of the ways that subtitling or captions can be used and are being used. Subtitles facilitate the translation of the original language medium into other languages. Today, I've provided subtitles, which are being translated into a number of languages as part of WordPress translation celebrations this week. To get your talks and videos used around the world, make sure you add subtitles, as it makes it so much easier. And in some cases, actually makes it possible for others to translate the text into their own languages. This might be that they translate in their heads as they watch along, or that they use apps when they're reviewing what you have told them. For those of us whose first language is English, it can be hard to comprehend how much this translating function of subtitles matters in everyday life. Subtitling television programs, films, and online video entertainment is much more common in countries where English is not the main language. The need for these language tools to be part of business plans and marketing campaigns is frankly much better understood in many of those countries. We also need to remember we live in a multicultural and multilingual world. Your customers and stakeholders in your target locations are likely to come from different language backgrounds and have varying levels of fluency. Trends show that the world's increasing appetite for online learning is matched by its demand for being able to access videos while on the move. Train and bus travel with improvements in Wi-Fi have seen commuter journeys turn into mini classrooms for one, with noise-cancelling headsets creating the complete study experience. In our current times, audiences often watch and want to watch video content in busy households, particularly during COVID, or in bed and don't wish to disturb other people. Much of this learning and assimilation is only maximized through having subtitles. They also cut through the noise that surrounds us on public transport, shared offices, or wherever we choose to access the information. There may be times when it's helpful to watch a video individually or as a group without the sound on in places where background noise may make it impossible to have sound at audible levels. Please think about those occasions where you have found that and how much more useful you found it if there had been subtitles. Many people do not have the sound on their mobile devices while traveling or in offices. Increasingly, content is being accessed, videos are being played on those mobile devices. A colleague of mine in the subtitling campaign, Siobhan Cunningham from the Yoast Academy's e-learning team, she always explains it is about the words. If you see someone talk, you might take in some of what they're saying, but by having subtitles and being able to follow the words, that makes it easier for you to follow what they're saying and for your brain to prepare. And you'll have to bear with me, I need to just check. The lip reading people just asked me to pause for a moment. Okay, and it makes it easier for your brain to process it and remember it and better understand what you are learning. She said that if she sees words that tell her about what the person is talking about, she's more likely to listen, more likely to stay, more likely to finish the video. We all know, we've all seen the statistics of how long people stay on video. People's attention spans can be extended if we help them through subtitles. If we're not in quiet environments but need to access learning material online, it may be the only time of the day that we can spend on our own development or keeping up with training that is now essential for our everyday work. All those really great talks from WordCamps that you would like people all over the world to access, subtitle them. Someone might then be able to access them at a time that suits them in an environment that they are currently in. From an education and training perspective, Provision of visual representations of technical terms, jargon, and acronyms allow for the reinforcement of learning. The three key learning styles that I'm sure you've heard of elsewhere are visual, auditory, and kinetic. And you should hopefully see these now on screen. That basically means that people learn visually through seeing, auditory through hearing, and kinetic through doing. All of these styles of learning are better supported when the visual picture and the audio commentary is reinforced with a visual underscoring of text. Even without the express intention of educating, provision of subtitles can even subliminally help speakers of other languages acquire or appreciate subtleties of the original language, usage, slang, the idiomatic phrases we all use, spelling, and much more. The automated transcription software service Sonix has found that 80% of all social media videos are viewed with the sound off, a statistic which might make you think that doing that defeats the object of the medium. But be that as it may, it also poses an opportunity to reach that switch off audience more effectively by using subtitles. Being able to read information to absorb the content helps us to understand, to respond, explore, and apply that knowledge. Subtitles really do reinforce learning. I've worked in learning and CPD for nearly 20 years or more now, and every time we have subtitles, I know the learners are learning more, they're accessing more, they're retaining it more, and they're being able to apply it. Subtitling can now be achieved increasingly quickly and economically through newer technology and online tools. Please try and keep that in your minds and think about how you would want to access content. People often say, is a picture worth 1,000 words? Well, if you can't hear the words of a talking picture and there are no clues of what is being said, how is that person going to take in your messages? How are they going to learn? Do you really want them to just be watching paint dry? And for the people in the audience who are going to tell me that watching paint dry is interesting, then we'll have that discussion after the talk. So search loves subtitles. And for a lot of people, they think, well, why would it? Because search doesn't index video. Well, Google bots and other spiders which are crawling around, and I always have to shiver when I think about these spiders. They're incessantly indexing web pages. They can't watch those moving images, and they can't listen to the audio. Not yet, not really. But they can hone in on captions. Videos with closed captions rank higher on Google search than those without, according to a study carried out by US broadcaster American Digital Networks. In addition, some advanced searches allow for more specific searching of closed captions. It goes without saying that additional traffic directed to your site by a high search ranking will lead to an increase in traffic to other landing pages or content you want to bring to the party. The benefits for engagement and SEO combined make a powerful argument for ensuring your online videos are posted with accurate, legible closed captions. Legible, I'm just going to stop on for a moment. Please, if you've not sure about how to do legible, there have been other talks during this accessibility session which will explain how to do that, how many words to have on screen, the font sizes. Please, if you're going to create captions, don't create them so small and all jumbled together that people can't access them. The Scottish audience development company, Culture Republic, it runs workshops in captioning, and they assert that adding captions to YouTube videos has shown to increase completed viewings by around 7%. That also helps your search engines ratings, and it helps people find your content, stay on your content, and refer people. They also quote the research which shows that 85% of Facebook views occur with muted audio. Again, this backs up the videos that the sonic statistic. I will just apologize. I'm running a temperature at the moment, so I'm having a little bit of difficulty trying to focus on the mouse on the screen. So apologies if the screens aren't changing quick enough. Basically, captions serve as a reminder to the viewer that we are now at a segment of particular interest and to switch full attention back to it. Reinforced messaging through the use of captions is so important. If the consumer is going to behave in a selective manner, we need to ensure he or she knows when to exercise that selectiveness. Captioning allows that to happen better. We've talked about the bots, but just to reinforce it, search, search, search. They don't understand it. If they've got no value, they will move on. I'm going to take you down to what's happening now with artificial intelligence. As with all things tech related, times move on and processes are in a state of constant evolution. Captioning for the last 10 years or so has used differing technologies, included automated speech recognition, known as ASR. ASR is a predictive tool. It generates word sequences from an audio signal. The result is not always a totally accurate rendition of what is being said. The nature of live streaming, especially where conversation is interactive, presents challenges to ASR. Not all speakers will be clear enough in their delivery. Background noises in their environment can seem like a verbal sound to be represented in captions to ASR. How well has it been taught to differentiate between sounds? If discussions get heated, people may speak over each other or cut another speaker off abruptly, again resulting in a muddled set of captions. In fact, you don't even need that to happen. You can just have lots of different voices that are similar, and ASR may not pick it up. Strong regional or national accents or varieties of inflection from different speakers can confuse ASR and result in misrepresentation in captioning. I'm sure we've all sat through presentations, even TV programs, where the captioning has been so obviously incorrect, it can almost be comical. Except for those who rely on it. For them, it really is not a laughing matter. You'll all probably be aware of the variety of accuracies and inaccuracies delivered by today's range of streaming platforms in terms of captioning. The consequences of misrepresentation via captioning are the same as the consequences of mistranslating between two languages. To be effective, the ASR system, like Web Captioner and others, needs to have been prepped with a wide vocabulary and specialist words. It can also be taught to learn in multiple languages, and any specialist acronyms, jargon, terminology, and so on, which it might encounter. If it doesn't recognize the content of the source signal, it cannot predict the patterns of words. You will sometimes see a next best word or phrase appear, which of course will often make a nonsense version of the original. So one of the most often questions I get is, oh, I've added AI to my streams, I've added an automatic captioner, that's all I need to do. No, you need to train it, you need to help it. If it helps, think of it as your pet dog. If it doesn't know what the instruction is, it won't know what to do. If it's never heard the word JavaScript, it won't know what to say. During the past year, the huge jump in demand for online conferencing streaming due to COVID restrictions has put a greater demand on existing automated speech recognition systems. AI engineers, we've all been working really as fast as we can to try and make things easier, to make things available. But a plea, help us do so. Help us test what is out there. Help us tell us where it doesn't work, because then we can change it. The focus shouldn't just be on speeding up the process. It needs to also be about improving accuracy. Facebook Live has been using AI. It's been doing away with 1/3 of the components of a basic ASR system. And so basically it's been getting rid of the pronunciation lexicon, and it's training the part which identifies the individual constituent sounds of a word to directly predict the characters of a word. A language model then determines the interrelationship of these words, so that frequency of use and words which are commonly strung together becomes what it thinks you're going to be saying. This slimming down and improvement of accuracy in ASR was achieved through using tools like PyTorch, which is an open source machine learning library derived from Torch Library. Please do have a look at it. There are lots and lots of ways you can help improve that. Captions open up even more accessibility options. We've already talked about the impact of captions for translation. Another development brought through artificial intelligence is the visual images being created based on the descriptive text contained in that caption. This is going to be our next generation of captioning tools. It's in its very early stages. We have AI which can produce captions from data contained in images, but only this week, the Allen Institute for AI announced it had developed an AI which produces imagery created from those text captions. The results for those who may not have seen them are so far restricted from looking like Picasso might have knocked up in a hurry, but their principle is that they generate an image. They allow somebody who may not be able to understand without an image added to those words, the full context of what is being said. Or they may not be able to process it because their neuroprocessing is different. This is going to take what we can do with captions to a whole new realm. It's going to make even more accessible information. But if you don't have captions, if you haven't introduced subtitling into your business plans already, when this technology develops, you won't be able to use it because it relies on having those subtitles in the first place. Eventually, the work that is happening on these developments is that the final image will be of photographic quality with color, scale, and proportion all correctly represented. So when I'm talking about an apple and how that relates to a concept I'm describing, that would also appear. If I'm talking about a flow chart, eventually that would also appear. Again, it requires us to help teach it, but that is where the technology is going. A simplified explanation of that process is that a machine learning algorithm has been trained to recognize conceptual connections between language and visual data. An illustration of this would be that given that text, a clock tower in the middle of town, the technology produces an image of a taller tower-like structure with a clock at the top, surrounded by less high buildings. Suddenly, people are receiving the spoken word, the written word, and a visual representation. Just think how powerful that combination is going to be. We already have tools like Web Captioner. If you are doing an event and you don't have resources to purchase live captioning done by humans, which is a preferred option, please look at tools like Web Captioner. There are other ones on the market too. They use Google APIs generated to create captions, but invest the time in actually training it. We tested this in a number of WordCamps, including WordCamp Dublin last year. and we asked all speakers to practice saying a couple of sentences from their talk into Web Captioner, picking the right option that successfully produced the text that they were saying. We also asked them to tell us the words that and the jargon that would not be necessarily known, or that may, with a strong accent, sound slightly different to what Web Captioner had learnt already. We inputted that text into Web Captioner, and it was wonderful to see that in most cases that improved the captions that we produced to a 98% level. It didn't get everything. It still had issues. Huddersfield is always going to be heard wrong. It's just one of those words that captioners and auto capture just does not get right. But it's a huge step forward. Since WordCamp Dublin, there has been much more developments and tests in tools like this. Web Captioner has, in the last few weeks, released a beta version, which you can test, and you can add to things like Zoom, to other video conferencing materials. We're currently doing tests on this in the WordPress marketing and WordPress TV teams, as well as tests with other facilities like AWS, and how we can use auto-generated captions from those facilities to then correct and start subtitling more and more videos, and with your help, making that possible. OBS, which is an open source software, also now has a beta version of captioning. So if you are doing a talk and you're going through OBS software for that talk and connecting that to Zoom, StreamYard, or whatever you're using, there is a beta version that you can now enable, and that live auto captioning can appear. The more people use it, the more it will improve, but we need people to use it, test it, to give feedback, correct it. We need more accents to do it. We need people with more accessibility issues to actually try the software. In my work, we have a number of people who have hearing difficulties who are actually now testing some of this software. I focus this talk on the why part of captioning. If you've been convinced, and I hope you have, that this is something you really should be doing, I suggest you look at the presentation slides from yesterday's speaker, Meryl Evans, who's given a handy list of tools which you can use. People don't like being in the dark. Help put the light on. You can also do that and make a difference by becoming a subtitling champion. It really is easy. I will guarantee you will learn a new skill, and we will help you learn that new skill. You can also play a part in knowledge sharing, and the skills that you learn and the knowledge that you share is much wider than the WordPress environment, the open source environment. It can make a difference in your products, your company, your culture. It can make a difference in how we deal with information and people's access to it. Please invest in subtitling. Please don't put up half thought about solutions. Work out how it's going to work. For a lot of the camps, today's event too, they also have another option where you can read subtitles that can be changed into different fonts. YouTube subtitling for live feeds is really difficult to read. It's very difficult to process if you have any kind of neuro processing issue. It can be very difficult if you just wear glasses. Support the WP diversity and tech accessibility. It will give you huge rewards. But it also means that the people who really need the technology don't have to be making that call themselves all the time. This should be something that we do from scratch, that we include in all our planning. Finally, tell your speakers when you're planning a WordCamp or any kind of online event, or even in-person event when we're allowed to again. Help them understand about providing text even after the event so subtitles can be done quicker. Help them even commit to subtitling something of their own. With the auto captioning tools that now exist, it doesn't have to take a huge amount of time. Sometimes where it takes time is because of unfamiliarity with where the speaker's going, what they're talking about, and the jargon. Please come and join our campaign. You can make a difference for inclusion, diversity, and user experience. It will improve your organization's messaging and reach. It will make it different. It may even help you one day. Thank you. You can find me on Nonstop News UK on Twitter. If anyone, I know I have had a lot of questions that have come in on Twitter as well already. I will make sure I answer those in the next few days. And I had a request for a couple of people who'd like to do an interactive session learning how to use Amara, and we have got those planned too. So please do contact me on Twitter, on Nonstop News UK, on Slack, on Abha Nonstop News UK, and we will connect you with those things.
Okay, thank you so much, Abha. That was wonderful. So full of information. We really appreciate you sharing your expertise and breaking down the kinds of captions and subtitles, how essential they are to learning. There was a lot of conversation in the YouTube stream chat too, and we do have some questions that we have a little less than 10 minutes to get to. So if you don't mind. So the first question that I'm going to ask, because I think the first question was, I think, mostly answered in the chat, but their comment was, it's very interesting about non-English speaking countries having adopted captions at a greater rate. Which countries do you feel set the standard in terms of subtitles?
The Spanish film industry has actually been really good at this, and there has been some working with the US as well, which it's been very good in terms of how subtitles are presented, and I think that has been a model that lots of other smaller broadcasting things have taken on. So in terms of actual conferencing, where countries have a regulatory requirement to caption, it is worth having a look at the processes that they use, because they tend to be more tested, and they have tended to look at the various options and how they can do that. So again, America has had a lot of regulation on that. Some of the big charities have also done some work on that, and I can share some links after this talk as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The next question is, SEO and YouTube are hidden gems for building our online footprint, as you mentioned. And are there rules for effective content for web pages, links, etc., for captioning to help videos rank higher, rank more?
There's a lot of work going on at the moment in terms of readability of captions, and there's some work that's been pioneering in Switzerland about actually how algorithms can give a higher rating to captions that are readable. So captions that come in huge blocks of text with no punctuation would have a lower reach. And so there are some testing that's going on with a couple of the big providers for how that can be more promoted. And you'll notice that some automatic translation things, particularly YouTube, misses out punctuation. And so when people are then watching the video back, actually the bots are not understanding what's being said because there's no punctuation to help them. So if you put punctuation in, that does increase the searchability of that and the ranking.
Okay, great. No, that's helpful to know. Okay, got a little more than 5 minutes. Make sure if you do have any other questions to throw them in the chat. But the next question for you, Abha, is what is your opinion in delaying audio and video signal at live events in order to give more time to live transcribers or AI tools to be correct with the subtitles or captions and deliver them synchronized?
I think it's a really big problem. I think just looking at today's, I know my screen over here, which has been live, has been quite behind what I've been doing. A lot of the software like OBS has a real issue with this because it creates a delay between video and what you're actually saying, which causes a difficulty for anybody who's lip reading, because they're lip reading something that is then out of context with what's behind them or what you're actually trying to emphasize. So they could see an emphasis on something that is actually no longer being talked about. So I think that as events and as we become more online events, we need to think about putting a delay in, but we also need to do some simpler things like encouraging text to be available. The captioners will work a lot quicker if they know what jargon is going to be used. So WordCamp London, our live captioners are very accurate. And one of the reasons for that accuracy is because they have the jargon and the terminology and quite often the talk words from some of the speakers. And that means that they don't have to build in that extra delay for everything to catch up again. It still doesn't avoid the internet delay that you will have with video, but there are easy fixes. Most of the software, particularly the paid for software, does actually allow you to compensate for that delay. And I think there is an expectation now that, particularly in the commercial world, and maybe it needs to come to the open source too, is that if you're putting on an event, help train your speakers in how to do that. Because otherwise you will have people who are, regardless of what you do, in regards to the delay that you put in, their camera may still be adding in several seconds of delay in addition.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that response. I think that might have been the last question. So thank you very much again. We really appreciate you sharing. That was absolutely fantastic. And thank you to everyone listening for attending this session with Abha and me. You can continue the conversation on the WordPress Accessibility Day site on the page for this talk. Thank you for giving everyone your contact information as well. So yes, thanks everyone. Don't forget to attend our next talk, which is Developers Unite, Navigating Accessibility in WordPress with Nick Goodrum, which will be in about 12 minutes here on this same channel. So we will see you right after the break. Thanks everyone. And thank you again.
Thanks, Amanda.
Antonio.
Welcome or welcome back to WordPress Accessibility Day, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to this next session. My name is Amanda, and I'll be your host for this session. So you are listening to Developers Unite, Navigating Accessibility in WordPress with Nick Goodrum. Nick has been working in front-end development, in the front-end development world for over 10 years, growing and improving his code with modern techniques and best practices. During that journey, he found a deep passion in the world of usability and accessibility. At AmericanEagle.com, which is a full-service digital agency that handles many platforms, including WordPress, he's the director of front-end development and accessibility. He advocates to developers, clients, and beyond on making accessibility a normality rather than an afterthought. As a reminder, please feel free to add your questions to the live stream chat feed on YouTube, and I'll make sure to answer those as long as there's time permitting at the end of the presentation. So Nick, go ahead and share your screen. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. So like I said, let's actually share the screen. That would make sense, right? Here we go. So yes, Nick Goodrum, been working here at American Eagle for about 10 years. And really the goal of this presentation is about really the two hats that I wear, right? So accessibility and front-end development. And so developers, you know, there's all kinds of issues that we can do, that we create, that impact end users. Really at the company, we used to be more reactive and kind of, oh, if you want to take care of accessibility, we'll do it. We switched to being much more proactive because really every website is important. Every website has potential of creating barriers for people with disabilities that just want to enjoy everyday life.
Nick, I'm sorry, I don't think your screen is shared.
Oh.
Yeah, if you could double check that.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, easy enough.
No
Change slides anyway. So
there we go. There we go.
Technology, right? Fun with all the Zoom calls that we're doing. So yes, this is more aimed towards developers, but it's actually really everyone as a whole. So site owners, site managers. What it is, you know, I've been assessing and looking at code for a long time, and I kept going, you know, why are there issues? Why are there still problems? You know, why are we still, you know, having difficulties creating good end user experiences? And so a lot of times it's probably, you know, not with bad intentions, it's usually with good intentions, but as developers, we don't really know any better. So where to start? So we got a nice image of kind of that golden compass pointing north on a nice wooden table there, nice dark wooden table. So we can grab our compasses and let's dive in. Let's actually kind of take a look into the WordPress space and how we can navigate accessibility in it. So the WordPress starting lineup, that's really where you want to start. This is really aimed towards more beginners, people that have been doing this for a long time. You're probably well aware of this, but really there's two areas you want to be aware of when you start working inside of WordPress. So one, you've got WordPress alone in the themes area, you've got over about close to 4,000 themes. But really you want to take a look for the ones that are accessibility ready. Because really we only have about 107. And then of course the accessibility handbook. So let's take a look. Accessibility ready themes. Multiple people probably brought it up so far. And so if you've been a marathon runner through this whole entire, you know, almost now 24 hours of, you know, presentations, you probably heard this. But it's important to be aware that these take time to audit and review. Joe and the team have been working through these, trying to get as many as possible, but it takes time because we want to do due diligence. And it should also be noted that, of course, until it's kind of almost, you know, themes are in a sense almost kind of like hanging clothes, right? You won't know if it's actually truly the right fit and the right kind of accessibility until after you actually put in yourself, right? And put in the content. And if you're aiming to make a theme, these slides are available, so there's links throughout the whole entire area. Feel free to go and you can reference them and jump to them. You know, there's also patterns, right? You know, helpful tools if you're starting to actually make these things. So the handbook. So picture here, of course, is going over all the chapters that's inside of it, right? You've got best practices, development best practices, content best practices, tools, all kinds of items. So you have to ask yourself, you know, as a developer, as a site owner, you do I understand what WCAG is? Do I understand what the poor methods, the things you're looking for, perceivable aspects like that? Hey, there's a quick little reference guide for that. Unsure about what ARIA guidelines are or what the HTML semantics for roles? Well, hey, starting point right here too. Do you need to be able to send announcements? How do you do that? It covers even, code of WP, ally.speak, code bases that, can help guide you on how to fill these things out. And then of course, just tools, right? Build tools. How do I put this into my CLI? How do I do it into build tools? All kinds of aspects. So when we're talking about WordPress and navigating it, we should also be able to know a map of where the current state is. And so we're going to look into, what aspects of WordPress are needing to be talked about. So we, of course, are going to navigate it kind of like navigating this person with their finger going over, I think it's the downtown Los Angeles. So I'm going to talk, of course, about page editors. And so some of you might be groaning. Some of you might know what we're going to talk about. I know it's created a little bit of divisiveness, but Gutenberg. So Gutenberg is moving forward. Automatic and the accessibility team have been working for actually multiple years now, trying to improve and better create a usable experience. The end goals, I can see the benefits, right? Trying to create an ecosystem where you can create blocks, move things around, have a page editor, kind of like Wix and aspects like that. That, if you think about it, WordPress for the beginning was just kind of a blogging platform, and now it's used to create all kinds of websites. But execution is key, right? So, of course, needed to have an audit, needed to have part of the practices. So Tenant.io did the review, WP Campus. I'm not going to rehash the whole entire history, but it's a good sign that, we've gotten through 2/3 of the issues. Now, of course, UI's change, there's going to be regression issues. It's an ongoing aspect. But Joe Dawson, everyone has been trying to really resolve this. Now, there's still problems, right? So that's why Classic Editor is probably one of the most popular plugins. And it's because, things like video captions, you still need it. Now, the Classic Editor plugin should be noted that right now it's supported only really through the 2021, through the end of 2021. Now that might change, right? Because this is really about Gutenberg should be in a stable state, should be accessible, should be accounting for all these things by that time. So it gets a lot of flack, but actually, what about other page builders, right? Well, why don't we use the other ones instead of Gutenberg? Well, unfortunately, the alternatives have pain points as well. This is no means trying to bash on these particular ones. I'm not, Beaver Builder, Divi, Elementor, they have some good aspects to it, but really, they're most commonly used. They're high up there, and they also have similar issues. So ATAG, really about being able to easily traverse so people with disabilities can create content. They have problems with this as well. Beaver Builder is trying to improve, but it takes time and it's been years. And so, it's nice that there's change of pace and really focusing on it, but they still have problems. Then, of course, Divi, other people have even built plugins to fix some of the front-end issues of what's being created. But Campus Press built that, and it still has problems too, right? Because there's a lot of work involved if you start with, sometimes not the right basis. And then Elementor, they're also advocating about accessibility, but it also has some work to do. So you can even take a look. You've got GitHub aspects that are pointing out multiple issues. And it's because, it's not one and done, and there's always room for improvement. Okay, so Nick, you're not really making it sound amazing. Maybe there's plugins. Maybe there's something to fix that. But really, all page builder tools, all plugins, they all still need work. So we've got a nice background here of road in Japan, pretty much in front of a Family Mart. I miss convenience food from Japan. And pretty much people digging up and doing maintenance, right? Because it still needs work. So I'll mention plugins. Okay, this is probably a better state, right? So if we've got page builders creating front-end code that's having issues, maybe there's some one magic button that fixes everything. And so really, I see people submitting and people talking about it. Accessibility overlays. This has kind of become a popular thing more recently. And so ask yourselves, what are your expectations for this overlay? What are your expectations in putting these plugins on your site? Because really accessibility should not be an afterthought. So if it's, hey, as developers, we're just going to just plow ahead, keep making code, and then, okay, well, I'll just throw in a tool at the end that's supposed to fix everything. Well, they kind of don't really fix everything. If you really look at it, there's so much inside the spec that an automated tool fixing everything is not really possible. Then you might say, okay, well, it's also progressive enhancement, helping out people that might need a grayscale or high contrast or some negative contrast, some options, right? Underlines. Now, again, if you're making a good website, the link should already be recognizable. So why add the link underline aspect? Increase font, decrease font, if you've actually done a pretty decent job, but it should also already be quite large in fonts. The design era of like 2000s with 9-point font aren't really there anymore. But think about it this way. So if someone with a disability needs to have high contrast or needs to have a certain font size, those kinds of things, they're probably already going to have some tool, some plugin, some software installed on their machine so that they can do this for every website, not just your website. So some of these tools end up being a little bit redundant. Now, it's not that you really shouldn't use it at all and there's no value. There could be some people that still somehow get benefit from it. So that's where I kind of go, what are your expectations? And there's also some within the WordPress space that like the WP accessibility one from Joe Dawson. Yeah, it has a little bit of overlays, but it's also got snuck in some good aspects, right? Making sure title tags or attributes are kind of removed if they're not really needed, making sure skip navigation is inserted for you. So they're putting stuff inside the PHP space to actually make it a little bit better. So the idea, though, is, what is the goal? If it's for a quick fix, there's many voices out there in the community really expressing that that's really not the best approach. You've got Steve Faulkner, you've got even this article here from Lainey Feingold, really going into how all of the issues that are still around. And there are still some legal battles for sites that have these kinds of overlay tools. So are there good ones? Yes, there are good plugins out there. Now, is this a huge list? No. And is it exhaustive? No as well. But yes, like I said, WP accessibility plugin, that's a good starting point. Contact Form 7, it's actually not that bad of a starting point for accessibility, but some of the defaults may sometimes need some help. And so that's why there's a tool for that. Gravity Forms has some issues. So, hey, we're going to patch that and fix that. Of course, there's accessible Twitter feeds. This is also a lot of stuff that's also in the handbook as well. So if you want to know some good starting points, here it is. Video players, there's also Able Player as a plugin. Able Player is a really nice one that really gives a lot of options for different kinds of disabilities. Now, of course, you have to make sure your content is also available that way. So I didn't list a lot of options here, and I've so far kind of pointed out everything has some problems. So really, that's why it's all on us as developers, site owners, site managers. It's on us to make sure we do our due diligence. We can't wait until QC comes in. We can't wait until the end user has to complain or try and access the content. So we've got nice cartography tools on a workbench going over maps. And really, we're going to use those cartography tools. There's the tools for ourselves. So how are we going to test our sites? So test, and vet. Now you might be thinking, I don't know how to test or vet. Well, at the very least, you can still do your part and look into the history. Okay, let's go into the GitHub. As devs, we probably don't feel too concerned in just jumping in and looking at the issue trackers. Even kind of showed here, right? We have Elementors. Well, again, no dig at them, but there's still 21 issues still open. Still issues with maybe some keyboard accessibility. Now there's 64 closed, which is great. Now, for some plugins, some tools that might not get enough traction to have a lot of people diving into the accessibility. So it's also important to check, is there even any statement at all? So if it's silence about accessibility, that's probably a bad sign that they probably aren't thinking about it. So, you know, even Beaver Builder, for example, has statements about it, trying to work towards it, right? And then, of course, search for reviews. Maybe you're still kind of unsure. There's a lot of specialists. There's a lot of people, all the presenters today. I mean, there's plenty of people that are trying to help educate and grow knowledge on maybe some pain points or in some growth areas. So, you know, you even have, oh, I didn't actually have that one open. But you have like a bright, clear web. You've got multiple places that are actually testing out, sometimes even end users that are saying, hey, I can't actually use this. But really, at the end of the day, it's about actually really testing the demos, testing the code, testing it on a sandbox, testing it yourself. You know, even Graham earlier, if you've been watching all these streams, is, you know, you need to know how to tab, use a keyboard. Don't just assume it's a mouse. So we need to test, right? We need to test with different kinds of tools. So a lot of people go to automated tools, right? So we've got Totally, Wave, Axe, Arc Toolkit. These are extensions you can install into your browser to be able to say, okay, well, quick assessment. Then you got Pally. That's if you want to create dashboards for yourself and do it through, again, CLI build tools. Then you've got Tenant.io, SiteImprove, these types of, hey, they've already created a dashboard. They've already created a system that's crawling your site and looking through everything. And there's plenty more tools available and out there. But these are all great starting points. Now, everyone's throwing out different amounts, but in general, automated tools can only catch so much, maybe 25 to 50% of even the WCAG space. So really, manual testing is key. Because really, how would you know if a multi-step checkout process with multiple tabs with an automated tool needs to fill out all the form fields, fill out some of them incorrectly, hit submit, find where the errors are, and make sure that they're properly timed? That's not that easy to achieve without a lot of customization with automated tools. Same thing, is there an automated tool to run through to confirm all your captions are well set up inside of your videos? No, it takes humans. That's why we even have humans writing closed captions. So I think one of the main things that I find with devs, you know, why are there so many gaps? Why do I see ARIA hidden on a whole bunch of things that need to be read? Why are there these mistakes that are coming through? And it's because as humans, we have a hard time stepping out of our own shoes. We're used to our normal everyday life. Some people are, you know, have site and do cater everything to site users. And so really it's about picking up these tools. The ones that I've kind of listed here, NVDA, LibServe, VoiceOver, TalkBack, all of them are actually, to a degree, free to use. NVDA, of course, would love donations. But so if you're on Windows and you need a screen reader, install it. Don't be afraid to just close your eyes and try and experience what it's like going through your website or just regular websites, and you'll see the extreme pain points that many sites provide. I mentioned LibServe, so Dragon is another you know, voice dictation software. Generally hasn't been that great for web traversal, and so LibServe is kind of another alternative that's also free. It's an extension that's available for Chrome that also has some commands to be able to traverse everything. If you have a mobile device, pretty much almost I think everyone to a degree has. Now you could use VoiceOver, voice control through Mac OS and iOS. You got TalkBack and voice access on Android for the accessibility suite. So they're already built in. So you already have options. So go into your settings, turn them on, see what that experience is like. Because not everyone's going to be, your end users are not going to be pro screen reader users. There's going to be people that just, I need it to, you know, get through the day. So I think that's one of the key things is, if I were to say, stress anything about today or anything, is pick up one of these software tools, and there's other assistive technology, of course, as well, and try it out. And that will kind of show you the pain points and of what you're building. So, because what I'm getting at is, as you saw, there's many plugins that and page tools that all have issues. There's even ones that are promoting accessibility that have problems. So us as developers, as site owners, as site managers, we're going to need to patch things. We're going to need to fix things. So you've got here a nice kind of beaten up road with potholes and definitely needs a paving, right? So DIY repairs are needed. So let's actually go into some of these, right? What could we do to improve this experience? So this is where we're going to get more Debbie side. So situations that I feel I often see in reviewing people's code and everything is that are missed. So we've got sticky headers, right? Everyone loves sticky headers. It's still kind of a focused interface, really, for sighted mouse users or touch users. But it's not that it's a bad practice per se. The problem is that there are people, we are all getting older, right? And eyesight, unfortunately, doesn't really last forever. And so people need to zoom, increase the screen size so that they can actually, or magnify, so they can actually read content. So let's take a look at an example, right? So let's actually change our zoom. So we're at 100%, and let's get up to 200%, and let's get up to 400%. And what is this experience for someone that needs to zoom in order to read content? Now, again, this is with navigation open, but the amount of space on a 1280 by 1024 screen, this is what's simulating here, when you zoom in at 400%, that's really not ending up that tall. You don't really have enough real estate space. It's actually shorter than most phones. So sticky here, where it's following you around, and then you have navigation, and that's open. How easily can I read contact? Okay, the experience is tough because now we have also a sticky pricing area. And again, this is not to, I see this on many, many sites. So this is not just something with Divi. So how do we account for that? So you can actually use media queries with min heights. Many people are aware of min widths, right? But you can actually do min heights. So you could do something along the lines of min height is 30 EM, right? So M's versus pixels to account for a little bit with different font choices and font sizes people might use within their browser. And so maybe if you're tall enough, then let's have the sticky. And otherwise, just have it be normal. Modal dialogues, that's very, 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 very common to do it wrong, because it's very easy to do it wrong. It requires a lot about focus management, being able to say, as soon as I toggle something, I need to move into that area, then I need to be contained within that area, because the idea of a modal dialogue is that you need to complete this task before you move on to something else. That's why you often have, the grayed out areas of a page. But okay, let's try me. Okay, something popped up on the screen. Are you under 18? Okay, this is just a demo. And so I'll tab through, and you can see that, at least know that tabbing through this, the content is actually, the user's focus is nowhere inside this area. So as a screen reader user, they may never even know that something even popped up. As a keyboard user, how do I even get to this information? So then, okay, well, I need to move focus inside, and then I need to be contained with inside, because a screen reader user might not know that they've left a dialogue, and now they've ended up in there's hotkeys to jump all over the page. And so if they're outside of it, they don't know how to complete the task before coming back in. And then, of course, when you escape it, you should set focus back to where you were. So some promising aspects is there's a new attribute, a newer attribute, inert, which doesn't have perfect support yet. So if you mix that with aria hidden equals true and you apply that to pretty much everything behind your content modal, that pretty much contains everyone inside, because screen reader users have really no other content to really interact with. Same thing with keyboards. And something to note in Safari for VoiceOver, there's bugs across all of these operating systems and browsers, right? So they actually have an issue where focus doesn't actually move inside if you actually have the modal display none and then you show it. If it just pops in, that's a little bit different. So use visibility hidden if you were to actually hide this. And something, talking about Safari as well in iOS is that actually accessible names, you should have had an accessible name to your button in the first place, but I see so many times hamburger menus that pretty much have no name and just visuals, right? The 3 bars. And those pretty much are always skipped by VoiceOver because they would never even know it exists. You try and flick, you try and tap, anything, and nothing really happens. There's no way of interacting with it. Now, there's plenty of other issues, but at least screen readers and desktop might actually land on it, at least let you know that it's clickable, or if it's a link, that might actually just at least read the URL. So what are some more situations often missed? So we've got what I call divitis, concerns for anything interactive. You see it all the time, pagination for carousels. You see buttons that look like a button, but really it's just a div. And I see developers all the time that go, okay, well, I'll throw the div, and then I'm going to put okay, well, screen readers don't know it's a button. Okay, role equals button. All right, but keyboard users can't access it because there's no tab index set. Okay, tab index equals 0. And then on top of that, they go, okay, well, that should fix everything because I have a click binding. But the click binding doesn't get called because the keyboards aren't tied to it anymore. So now you have to add in on enter, on spacebar to actually trigger your click events. Or is that even really worth it? You could have just created button type equals button. The same concerns happen with anchors with no H reference. They end up being kind of just like a div. So same concerns happen. So as developers, as site owners, if you're creating a button, or sorry, a link, and you have no real H reference, you're going to like, I don't know where that would point to. You're probably wanting to create an actual button. And I do note type equals button because it's a little thing, but forms actually, if you hit enter inside of an input field, will actually trigger the first submit option. And that submit, the default state of a button is type equals submit. So it'll actually trigger that. So that's why most of the buttons that I see that toggle open, do something, type equals button is something you'd want to throw on there. And then carousels, slideshows, I see it all the time. It's automatic rotation, rotating through items, and there's even tools where it's okay. Well, you set focus. When you set focus, pause it, or when you hover over it, pause it. And yeah, for digesting content, great. But about someone with maybe ADHD or someone that gets sick from motion, they have no way of turning it off, or I guess they just have to stare down a carousel for the rest of the time of being on that page. And that's not really enjoyable at all. So a pause button is absolutely necessary in order for it to be really accessible. Or really, don't even have automatic rotation. That would be great. So I'll also get into some maybe ARIA overlooked items. ARIA expanded is really the base of any toggle when you want to open and close it. Because, so a screen reader, to kind of give you an idea of what that experience is like. So sighted users, sites cater to you all the time. Let's say I click on a features or hover over a feature, and it shows something, right? Sites have been designed to account for sighted users for a long, long time. So I get immediate feedback provided to me that, oh, okay, well, editor, design, all these things have been shown. But as a screen reader user, none of that's actually happening for you because the software itself, think of it as a pinhole view. You're only seeing one piece at a time. So when you're on a button, when you're on an area, all that's being announced is just that area. Now, there are tools within ARIA to help with that. So focus management helps, ARIA Live helps, and some of these attributes like ARIA expanded And what will happen is when you first land on that button and you click, you land on it, it'll say expanded, collapsed, one of those two options. Okay, I get immediate feedback on the area around me, even though I'm just only on one button. When you actually press it, you get immediate feedback. Because here's the trick about buttons and yeah, generally buttons for screen readers, is that as a sighted user, if you pressed on a link and nothing happened, how long would you wait? How long before you go, did it work? Is it thinking? Is there something wrong? That's pretty much what you actually have to deal with as a screen reader user on every single button, because you press it and nothing's announced. If you don't use the ARIA Live, if you don't do focus management, if you don't do these attributes like ARIA expanded, how long do I wait? Did it work? I don't know. So ARIA expanded gives that opportunity to immediately say expanded and let users know, oh, okay, this worked, and I can continue along in my traversal. ARIA labels. ARIA labels are great, and in presentations so far, there's even been references to them, how to do it. Just understand it's a double-edged sword. If you overwrite all of your links with, let's say, oh, I'm going to benefit people, and I'm going to say opens in a new window on every single link, and I'm going to do it as an ARIA label. Well, the danger of ARIA label is that it actually, all of its children inside that anchor, inside that button, are actually removed and not really accessible anymore. And only the label itself is going to be announced to screen reader users. So you pretty much negated any visual text, any information, and only supplied what's in that label. So if all you had was opens in a new window, you've just ended up in a site with a whole bunch of links that just say open in a new window, which is not helpful. So you have to front load and actually include all of that visual text for it to make sense. This also impacts voice dictation users. So like I talked about, LibServe, now the technology is changing. VoiceOver actually even puts in grid view options, so they can say like tap 10, and a lot of opportunities to not have to rely on the actual phrase of the button that you're interacting with. But there's plenty that do. And so if you overwrite the accessible name, there's a large potential for voice users to not even be able to access those buttons. Another one, is ARIA current equals page, true. I kind of point those out. So if we take a look at even W3C, to understand the reference, we always create cited aspects to say, okay, there's some visual indication of what page you're on, right? In navigation, sidebars, all these things, there's usually some class equals active and some background color. But screen reader users don't get provided that information. There's nothing visual for them. So that's where ARIA current equals page now will announce something for them. And pagination, maybe sometimes they're not always going to different pages. So then you also have ARIA current equals true to actually announce kind of, hey, this is the current one of this set. And something that I don't think a lot of devs realize is that CSS display properties actually impact the accessibility and the semantics of anything, really. I mean, it's kind of, if you think about it, display none makes it so screen readers and assistive technology, keyboard users, no one can access it. Well, it's already showing that display properties impact the semantics and the accessibility of HTML. And so I think even, Adrian also went over a nice little explanation. It's a good example of, okay, well, responsive tables, right? So if you do display block, display flex on a table, that loses all of its semantic value. So these are the common things that I started to see as I analyze sites, look through sites, and it's not exhaustive. There's plenty more out there. There's a lot of nuance here. So you kind of go, wait a second. He's pretty much spent the whole entire time saying there's lots of problems, there's lots of issues, and it's all on me, and I'm scared and frightened about all this. But I'm actually not that pessimistic about this. I'm actually quite optimistic, because when I look at over the years that there were plenty of people announcing, making a voice, but probably in the past 5 years, I've only seen a huge increase in the number of voices, the number of devs, the number of companies that are waking up and realizing the accessibility needs. there's, if any time to jump into accessibility, now is a great time. And so that's why I kind of say the future still looks, it's very promising. We have so many voices out there, so many opportunities. Joe Dawson and the team putting together information, Gutenberg, all of these areas are still improving. And you can as well, and you can be part of that. So that's why I kind of say, you know, devs unite, let's work together and create a better future. Let's get out of this, you know, image of the dark tunnel and into the brighter future that we can help so many people with disabilities and improve life for everyone. All right. Questions?
All right. Thanks so much, Nick. I can really tell how passionate and, you know, how much this is important to you. We do have some questions from the viewers out here. So we have about 15 minutes for the Q&A session.
Okay.
First question was, do you recommend a starter or accessibility ready theme?
All of them have really good points. I don't want to say like, oh, this has to be the one. It's still just, I would say go through them, find ones that really align with you because they have been vetted, they have been reviewed. Of course, there's always room for improvement for any of them, but you know, the main pain point is, you know, we've worked on many projects ourselves in WordPress, and a lot of times there is that page builder aspect where, you know, there's even Genesis frameworks, aspects like that, where they still don't have the page builder that many clients at the end of the day want to say, I just want to drag and drop, I just want to put something in. And that's usually where the pain point starts to come out. So if you are just creating more of a simple site and you can just build it off of the basic WordPress setup, any of those accessibility themes are going to be beneficial to you. And I would say, take a look through those themes, find one that aligns with you, and that's probably a good starting point.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Next question is, why don't developers lock in required accessibility items within repository themes and plugins? For example, requiring alt text on all image or video content added, or color contrast, etc.
So this is where it gets tricky because it's a two-way street, right? It's not just devs, it's also really site ownership. So content as a whole, you could say everything needs an alt text. But actually, it's not that simple because there are times, so let's say it's all inside of an anchor, right? So you have images and text and a whole bunch of information all inside of an anchor tag. Well, if the image is, let's say it's a product, right? And you're buying men's gloves, let's say. And men's gloves, the picture is of men's gloves. Maybe you could get into some poetic way to describe them, but to a degree, most people end up just going, men's gloves. So in that anchor, now you've got alt text that says men's gloves, men's gloves. Well, it's men's gloves, and then the title of men's gloves that would be inside that same anchor. So in that case, you actually would want to say alt equals blank or null in a sense. And you would actually still want that attribute, but you don't actually want it to be explained. Videos, enforcing captions for everything is not that simple. And a lot of times, like let's say Netflix, for example, when having audio descriptions and captions, they went through some suits themselves. And, you know, I think initially they're like, okay, we have audio descriptions for 2,000 videos. And you go, yeah, great. How many videos does Netflix have?
Right.
So enforcing it's tough because content creators, would you want to say you can't launch because you don't have it done yet? Okay, well, how long will it take? Now, it should be built in, it should be best practices, but it's hard to enforce that because it's really on the content side. And there's sometimes nuances. So devs, it still would be great to enforce, but it still probably would be, you know, you have to flag to say it's allowed. Because even the WCAG spec says, if this is going to prevent a launch, that you don't have one video with closed captions, that's not a reason to stop. It's about a due diligence plan and working towards it. Now, I would of course say, yes, it'd be great to make sure everything has that. But we also have to be realists. And I know that's not great, but if you think about it, buildings, accessibility of a building, how often does it get renovated? Versus a website, when's the last time you updated a page? Probably maybe even since 8 a.m. today. Hopefully that helps answer.
Yeah, no, I think that was a great answer and a really great question. So thank you. Let's see, if there are additional questions, you can continue to put them in the chat. The next question for Nick is, can you suggest automated workflow tools for pre-flight accessibility checks? And are there any that you would recommend?
Okay, so you want to kind of have build tools to kind of run through and run against it so that you could actually catch these issues before you actually even go live or go up into a production environment. And there's a lot out there, Axe and these other tools, you can actually build it in. There's a lot out there. They all have, the main thing I would say, you know, I mentioned Pally as well, as if you wanted to kind of create dashboards and run through it and run them against builds. Again, it'll only help you catch so much. So the main thing I would stress is that it'll help you a little bit, but there's always going to be false positives. There's going to be aspects that are going to be missed. So it's at least steps you in the right direction, but it doesn't actually really solve everything. So that's where it's really important you look at your own code, review it, and make sure you just even run through it with a keyboard, run through it with a screen reader, run through it with these things, and help catch it before it even bypasses a build tool to then go to a live site.
Okay, great. I think, yes, diligence is key, testing is key, as you've mentioned. Okay, so we've got two more questions here. The next one is, how would you rank the page builders in relation to accessibility? Page builders always seem to be adding new features, but is one working faster or more diligently to make their product better in this area?
Yeah, I would say, we've switched through a couple ourselves. Again, Beaver Builder still had some issues, and we kind of switched over, and we've been working a bit with Elementor, but we still have to hack around it, to be honest. It's really, if you know a system and you know the structure and you know the tools that are available, at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to, okay, well, if you're used to those, it's about making sure you have the JavaScript workarounds or the PHP workarounds or the customizations to fix it. So that's why I kind of say it's a lot of patchwork and a lot of fixing potholes. It's hard to say because I see times where they make improvements and then they regress. I see, advocacy, and then I see things sitting for a couple of years. Because all the people making it, right? How many people are involved? How much time does it take? I mean, if you look at it, Gutenberg ran into the same situation, right? They had to now go back through and start to fix and resolve items. And there's still going to be issues that come up once in a while. It's never one and done, unfortunately. So I don't want to be, oh, absolutely this one, because I haven't vetted every single one of them, because that would be a lot of time on myself as well. So there could be actually a really good one that caters to you because you know it so well.
Okay, great. Okay, we did get another question, so there's still two more questions. Where do you feel developers can make the most positive impact on accessibility? And then in parentheses, it says type of contribute, feature or area, etc.
That's a good one. Like I said, I think in one way, it is, as developers, how can we contribute? The first thing is getting into another person's shoes, is to break outside of ourselves. The more if all developers and all site owners pretty much said, I'm not going to just think about me. A lot of our design concepts and a lot of our development concepts, a lot of the things that we create, infinite scroll items, all of the concepts that we create, they go, wow, probably would have had some more thought into them on the impact that it is. So that's why I kind of say, the thing that I would stress is, if you haven't picked up any of these tools, any accessive technology, dive into it for a day. Close your eyes and just try and even use a normal site that you do every single day. And could you actually understand what it is? But if you were to contribute, right? Really, if you've gotten really good at accessibility and you know a fair amount and you want to be able to contribute, be another voice. So by all means, if you found something, blog it, post it. For these open source tools, contribute, right? If they've got problems and you've been having to hack around it over and over and over again, well, here's the hack, or here's an approach to do it, and try and fork and try and actually do pull requests.
Okay, great. And I think that's very much in the spirit of WordPress Accessibility Day, having so many experts together. So the last question is, I guess, more of a personal one.
Okay.
The comment is, I love your approach on testing. So what drew you to accessibility, and who has influenced you?
Yeah, no, it's a lot of people have close family, they themselves have issues that they're dealing with. Mine's not as fanciful, but it's really just, I think maybe being abroad, maybe living abroad teaches you, it's just like, again, break outside of your mold and break outside of yourself and start to empathize with others. And so, yeah, did I make mistakes early on? Oh, absolutely. I made some bad code decisions. I thought, oh, this is cool. But when I started to realize the impact, it really started to get to me. Kind of go like, well, a lot of these principles are just basics. We've lost sight of the basics. Accessibility principles for the web have been around for 20 plus years. And somewhere along the lines, we wanted to get cooler and cooler and cooler. And it's not that you can't be cool. You can create really interesting interfaces, but you just have to remember the basics. The amount of times that I don't see a button, again, all these JavaScript frameworks, it's not that the JavaScript framework is bad as a whole, React, Angular, all of them. It's that the people doing it don't remember the basics. And so I guess that just deeply influenced me, where it's like, oh, I can actually make a difference. And then the benefits, right? Plenty of presenters so far have gone over SEO, user experience as a whole. There's a lot of alignment. So when I first started on really diving in, I started, people would always ask, it's like, devil's advocate, why focus on accessibility? And I could hear people presenting and they're like, because you should.
Right.
And it's like, well, yeah, but I think, that's not always so realistic. It's kind of sad in some ways that, you would think it should be that easy. So it got me really passionate, kind of going like, how can I express this to people so organizations, clients can finally realize the benefits? And so generally, if you need to express something, get buy-in within your companies or a client or something, is I always go with the selfish method. It's, if you just scare them with legal, they'll do just enough ounces of flair to get along, get by. It's, hey, did you know that you'd get benefits of SEO? And they'd be like, ooh, SEO, that's much more important. If you kind of point out, oh, okay, well, the amount of people with disabilities that you could increase, right? An e-com site, you could increase up to 20% the amount of users. Banks, hey, stop thinking of it as individual. You always talk about wanting to be individuals, wanting to be, about the people. Well, you can create marketing campaigns about how you're about the people and you worked hard to make the accessibility. So that usually then gets the buy-in to then finally do the thing that I wanted to do all along, which is make sure the sites are accessible.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And for everyone that asked questions, thank you. Those were great questions. Nick, it's been a pleasure having you. And again, thanks everyone for attending this session, Developers Unite, Navigating Accessibility in WordPress with Nick Goodrum. You can continue the conversation and look at more of the questions on WordPress Accessibility Day website on the page for this talk. So we'll be back here in a little over 10 minutes for the next talk, which we hope you will attend, which is COGA, Scoring and Process, What's Coming in WCAG 2.2 and Silver with Sheri Byrne-Haber, right here on the same channel. So we'll see you back here after the break. And I hope everyone has a great day.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Hello. Sheri, how do you pronounce your last name? Is it Bryn or Byrne?
It's Byrne.
Byrne-Haber? Okay, just
Oh,
the way you said it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Byrne-Haber.
Okay.
Nope, no problem.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to WordPress Accessibility Day. I'm Amber Hines from Equalize Digital, and I'm excited to introduce you to the 1400 UTC session, Koga Scoring and Process, What's Coming in WCAG 2.2 and Silver with Sheri Byrne-Haber. Sheri is a global subject matter expert in the fields of disability and accessibility in the business and educational settings. She's best known for launching digital accessibility programs at multiple Fortune 200 companies, including McDonald's, Albertsons, VMware, and several government agencies. Her programs have positively impacted millions of the more than 1 billion people worldwide with disabilities. And she also contributed to a program that is part of the same group that created Clarity, one of the few open source accessible design systems available. In addition to hearing from Sheri here, you can read her blog on Medium, which is called This Week in Accessibility, where she summarizes legal cases and issues facing people implementing accessibility programs. Sheri has a book on strategic accessibility and establishing accessibility programs that will be released or published in February of 2021, and it'll be called Find Your Accessibility Compass. Sheri, I'm excited to hear everything you have to share with us about next month's release and other planned releases. Do you want to take it away?
I will. Thank you for the introduction, Amber. So it is 7 a.m. in California right now. I'm still drinking some coffee, so I apologize for that. Also, if you hear any background noise, it's my ducks and chickens asking for their breakfast, so that will go away shortly. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Share screen, this one, and then we'll go into slideshow mode. I'm beginning, come on. There we go. Can you see everything, Amber?
Yep, we are great.
Fabulous. Okay, so I am here today to talk about the future of accessibility. There's a number of initiatives underway, and if you're not tracking what the W3C is doing, this will kind of be a summary of what's coming plus or minus over the next 2 years. Some of the things I can talk about in fairly concrete terms. Some of the things are a little bit still up in the air, so I'll try to point out at each step what stuff is done versus what stuff is still a little bit in flux. Recently, I transitioned a role at VMware. I went from being the accessibility manager for the program that I started up into being an accessibility architect. And so what that means is I get to focus on accessibility innovation and outreach. And that freed up a lot of time for me to work on a number of different accessibility initiatives. So I belong to the ITIC group, where they're the people who decide what the VPAT templates look like. I'm on the IAAP Global Leadership Council. I work in 2 different segments of W3C. One segment is the overall Silver program, which we'll talk about in more detail in a few minutes, and the other is the Maturity Modeling Subcommittee. So part of Silver will contain a maturity model where you can figure out where your organization is doing well at maturity and where you need a little bit of work. And that program is set to scale from one-person consulting companies all the way up through companies the size of VMware and universities and government organizations. So with that introduction, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. So first, I'm going to assume that you guys don't really know anything about W3C, and I'm going to take us through an accessibility timeline. It's like, how did we get here where we are today, and what is it that we know is pending? I'm going to talk a little bit about general WordPress accessibility advice. I'll talk about the guidelines in the WCAG that are going to be updated in the next release, and also the new guidelines that are pending. So first of all, the timeline. So accessibility started before 2006, but it really hit the map on 2006. I can't believe it's been 14 years since the Target lawsuit. So the Target lawsuit was the first lawsuit in the United States. We are a very litigious country that went all the way to a written ruling. And the written ruling was, yes, websites have to be accessible. And coincidentally, that's also around the time where WCAG 1.0 came out. At the end of 2008, WCAG 2.0 came out. So what happened around the same time as WCAG 2.0? iPhones. So there were no mobile specific guidelines in WCAG 2.0 because mobile and native apps really weren't a thing when WCAG 2.0 was released. So then we had kind of a long gap where about 10 years. And then in the summer of 2018, WCAG 2.1 was released. So this was plus or minus 2 years ago. And also Section 508 merged with WCAG 2.0, which was the older version. So Section 508 is the public sector purchasing rules in the United States. And in the United States, the definition of the public sector is anybody who's spending federal money, either directly or indirectly. So that includes things like, government organizations, the military, health and human services, the TSA. But it also includes people who get money from the feds. So it's anybody who's spending Medicaid and Medicare money, which is hospitals. It's anybody that's in any type of publicly supported schools, all the way from preschool Head Start programs, all the way up through public graduate programs in universities. It's all the states, it's all the municipalities, it's the civil service, the post office, the court systems, the police systems. Everything I just identified there comes under Section 508. And there are rules in 508 that say you can't buy anything that's not compliant with WCAG 2.0. Now, unfortunately, for the 16 years that 508 had existed up until that point, because it had its own standard previously that also said things had to be accessible, but it was being measured in a different way. 508 was more known for people not following the rules than following the rules. So in 2019, September 23rd, the EU had its Stop Sell Web soft deadline. And what that meant is any software that was released after this date that was going to be public facing had to be accessible, or the EU governments wouldn't buy it. So again, the United States is very litigious. So what happened? People who had disabilities started suing companies who weren't complying with WCAG 2.0. And we've had 4,600 lawsuits in the last 2 years. Looking at the 2020 trends, it might have dropped a little bit, but only because the courthouses were closed for 3 months for non-emergency cases in most states. And so the trends now are back up to where they were in 2018 and 2019. 2020 will be a little bit lower overall, but only because of COVID, not because filing lawsuits is slowing down for accessibility. So initially it was the public that was suing over accessibility. I can't buy my Beyonce goods. I can't buy my NBA tickets. Now what's happening is employees are suing employers for disability discrimination over inaccessibility. I couldn't get this job. I couldn't get this transfer because you chose to buy inaccessible software. So putting the pressure on companies not only to build accessible software, but to buy accessible software. Okay, we just passed the Stop Sell Firm deadline for the EU in 2020. That was September 23rd, which was a little bit over a week and a half ago. You are here. So that's where we are with respect to this accessibility timeline. In 2021, in Canada, AODA in particular, AODA, 2.0 AA will kick in January 1st. Up until now, Canada in Ontario has only been required to meet WCAG 2.0. And the native app piece of the European Union legislation will be taking effect. And then finally, the AG 3.0 Project Silver, and let me explain what that means. So WCAG Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG, it's a bit of a misnomer. The WC is for web content, but the guidelines are for any software. It's for native app software, whether it runs on mobile or on a desktop platform. It's for HTML-based software that uses the web. It's also for documentation. So originally they decided to drop the WC from WCAG and just call it AG, Accessibility Guidelines. For those of you who remember your high school chemistry, AG is the periodic symbol for silver. And so that's how this ended up being called Project Silver. Another thing that's coming out in 2022 is the European Accessibility Act. That will be the first extension in terms of adoption by the EU member states, where each EU member state will have had to have locally adopted the pending European Accessibility Act, and then the European Accessibility Act will be final in 2025. And that will include websites, regardless of whether or not they're public facing. So it'll be all websites. And it also includes products that have hardware components to them. So the European Accessibility Act is much broader than EN 301-549, which had these stop sell deadlines in 2019 and 2020, and then for the web, and then the apps kicking in 2021. So this is how did we get here, and where is it that we know that we're going? So what's going to be part of all these W3C guidelines? Well, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about WordPress accessibility, and this may have already been discussed in previous conversations, so I won't take too long to go through it, but there are a bunch of accessible templates out there. There are accessible plugins out there. If you take an accessible template and you put an inaccessible plugin in it, you just broke accessibility. So the entire experience needs to be accessible. It's not just enough for the template to be accessible. Things that are commonly used with WordPress that are mostly accessible, but you have to make sure that you implement them in an accessible manner, are Microsoft and Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, MailChimp, Qualtrics, and Survey Gizmo. Lots and lots and lots of survey systems, especially survey systems that are designed to go with design tools. Those tend to be inaccessible. It's the standalone survey systems that occasionally are accessible, but you need to check these things, because if you implement, for example, Hotjar on an inaccessible, you implement Hotjar on top of an accessible system, Hotjar is inaccessible, that's going to cause problems for your disabled users. Okay, so as I said, make sure that your entire experience is accessible. That includes the surveys, the communications. You want to have an accessibility email address where people can send in comments or complaints. You should have an accessibility statement on your site. You need to make sure that your customer support can handle people who are contacting you using assistive technology. That usually means you want to have two modes of customer support, one that's voice-based, one that's not voice-based. At a minimum, if you're a teeny tiny company, email is going to be the most accessible customer support. My deaf daughter will rarely pick up the phone and call people through a relay service because it's just too slow and aggravating for her. You want to make sure your social media posts are accessible. That means use captioning and described audio for your any videos that you're posting when necessary. But don't use an accessible WordPress template and then partner with inaccessible vendors, because you can't call yourself accessible anymore at that point. So the first thing that's coming, and it's already somewhat released, is Koga. And Koga stands for Cognitive Accessibility. So before I get too far into Koga, I'm going to talk about the W3C process overall for doing updates. First, they charter a task force. And so there is a Koga task force. Every task force has a charter. That means it has a very specific focus list of things that that task force is allowed to research and publish guidelines are. Then the second thing they do is they solicit volunteers. W3C is largely a volunteer-driven organization. There are some permanent employees, but I would say probably 3/4, if not more, of every task force is volunteers. You can join at any time, and that is a hint. If you go to the W3C website, you can set yourself up an account and you can request to volunteer for a particular task force. Then there's this, what seems to be sometimes endless series of meetings that includes drafting new guidelines. And in the end, there is a vote amongst the task force to decide whether or not the guidelines should be presented to the public. That is a system that was set up because the groups, the task force are large enough that you're not going to be able to make all the people happy all the time. And everybody has their own perspective. I am participating as a person who works for a super large public sector, not public sector, super large private sector tech company. Other people who belong to the task force work for small consulting companies, large consulting companies, accessibility specific companies. We have people who belong, who work for banks, who work for Google, who work for Amazon. So there's a lot of different voices on the task force, and not everybody is going to be happy with the end result all the time, which is why there's a vote. Okay, so we repeat number 3 as many times as necessary to get something that we feel is good enough to release to the public. So right now, if you want to join the Silver Task Force, you have to commit at least 6 hours a week of time to the meetings that are happening and the outside drafting homework that you may be assigned after you feel that your skills and your integration is at a good enough level that you can participate in some of that work. Okay. Then what happens is something called a first public working draft is released. Sometimes additional information is released as well. For example, there is a note that's currently been published about the challenges of applying the W3C guidelines to SaaS, to cloud-based software that don't have monolithic releases, that are releasing little teeny tiny updates all the time. So some things are notes, but some things are, there's definitely always a first public working draft. Then there's a comment period where people can submit in the public, non-volunteers can submit comments, and we loop back to number 3. So we take the comments, we have more meetings, we decide whether or not we're going to update what we published in the first public working draft, and then we vote again. Once that is done, then we have the second public working draft. So this will be an updated version that contains comments integrated that were decided to be included. You know, again, a comment period, obtain comments from the public, loop back to number 3. So you can see lots and lots and lots of meetings. And then the standard becomes final. So this is what we're working on right now with WCAG 2.2, Silver, and Koga. All 3 of those are in the middle of these processes. And then after the standard becomes final, it's outside of W3C's control, but it does get incorporated into laws, lawsuits, and settlements. It took 4 months from the time that WCAG 2.1 was released until we saw it in the first settlement agreement. So that was really, really fast. Most of the time you'll see that companies that are entering into settlement agreements get about 18 months from the time that the settlement agreement was executed until they have to be compliant with what's in the settlement agreement. But it can be shorter because the settlements are purely within the control of the company that got sued and the people who sued them, the plaintiffs and the defendants effectively. Okay, so looking at the Cognitive Accessibility Task Force, it's a joint task force between the Accessible Platform Architectures Group and the Silver Group, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. We call that AGWIG. So they are producing a whole ton of documentation and guidance documents and research and updating all W3C material that addresses issues that are in the cognitive space. So what's in the cognitive space? The cognitive space includes things like neurodiversity. So that would be attention deficit disorder, dyslexia, dyscalculia, anything related to autism or Asperger's. It also includes traumatic brain injury. It includes memory loss. It includes dementia. Basically anything that your brain, where it might not be functioning at 100%, either for temporary reasons, such as situational depression, for example, or chemotherapy side effects, all the way to permanent disabilities. And the permanent disabilities can either be acquired, such as traumatic brain injury, that's always an acquired disability, or they can be congenital, like Down syndrome. And I have put in a link. Everything that you see that's blue and underlined in this deck is a link. And so that is the link to the current Koga publication. And the current Koga publication, in turn, is being used to inform new guidelines that are going into WCAG 2.2 and Silver, WCAG 3.0. Okay, sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself. So this is what disabilities does Koga focus on? Aphasia. I always forget that one. So that's my own cognitive issue. These are the lists of all the disabilities that Koga covers. What types of guidelines is Koga going to bring us? First of all, there are a series of plain language requirements. You want to make sure that you're using language in your website, so content for all intents and purposes, that is at the level of your reader. And when it's beyond the level of your reader, you want to make sure that you're linking to definitions that your reader can find easily. So for example, the word dyscalculia is not super well known to most people with 6th to 8th grade reading levels. So you would want to have a link whenever you use that word in your website, if it was included in your website, to a definition where somebody could read, oh, this is what dyscalculia means. The second type of groups of guidelines that Koga will bring us is clear purpose requirements, making it obvious to the users what it is that they're supposed to be doing and what steps they're going to be taking. Basically telling the user what the happy path is. And the third set of requirements that are coming are the need to be able to operate without having good memory. So leaving more breadcrumbs for your users to figure out how they got to where they are, and more importantly, how to get back to where they are when they forget things quickly, where they don't have good working short-term memory. So those are the 3 different categories that are of guidelines that are currently pending. And I'll get into more specifics about what we know about WCAG 2.2 and 3.0 that include instances of these types of guidelines. Okay, so now moving out of Koga and on to WCAG 2.2. So WCAG 2.2 is currently has its second public working draft out. It is still a work in progress. What we're about to talk about is still subject to change, but it's getting towards final. Originally, it was planned to be final in November. That got delayed a little bit because of COVID, and we're now looking at WCAG 2.2 becoming final in approximately June of next year. So that's June of 2021. And if you add the standard 18 months to when that 18 months is not a W3C, you have to implement this in 18 months guideline. That 18 months is a somewhat safe buffer range that we have seen in the United States, where once a standard becomes final, if you implement that standard within the next 18 months, chances are you won't get sued. So that means 18 months from June of 2021 takes us either to the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023 that you would have to have these 9 new standards implemented by in order to be relatively safe from lawsuit. I'm kind of using some fudging words here because, of course, you can get sued for WCAG 2.2 non-compliance the day after it comes out. But that's not really reasonable, but reasonable doesn't always factor into United States litigation. So 18 months is typically the amount of time before you start to see the new standards reflected in laws and lawsuits. Okay, so there are 9 new guidelines that pertain to WCAG 2.2. 8 of them are A and AA. So I'm not going to cover the AAA guideline. I have a link to it in the references section, but typically people don't implement AAA guidelines. They're fairly restrictive, especially with respect to colors, the AAA guidelines in general. And in the US in particular, AA is the standard that everybody seems to have adopted. So the focus here will be on the 8 new guidelines that are either A or AA. And you can see I've mentioned in the link in each of these slides whether it's an A or AA requirement. So the first new guideline is focus appearance. So this guideline is related to 2 other guidelines pertaining to keyboard focus indicators. One of the guidelines is 2.4.7, which is that you have to have a focus that's visible. And one of the changes in WCAG 2.2 is that guideline in particular is moving from AA to A. So A is the deal breakers. If you don't do this, you're making it not work for a whole ton of people with disabilities. AA is you're making it hard. So that's kind of the distinction between the 2. So the other guideline that this is referencing is 1.4.11, which is non-text contrast. So all 3 of these combined relate to how you treat keyboard focus indicators for actionable objects. Okay, so the summation of all 3 of the guidelines put together, so not just the new one, but all 3 of them, you have to have a keyboard focus indicator, non-negotiable. That comes from 2.4.7, which, as I mentioned, is moving from AA to A in terms of requirement level. The keyboard focus indicator has to have a contrast of 3.0 to 1 at all times. That comes from 1.4.11, which came out with WCAG 2.1. And then finally, the focus indication area has to be thick enough to be able to see. So the first requirement in 2.0 was you have to have an indicator. The second requirement in 2.1 was, oh yeah, you have to be able to see the indicator. You have to have enough contrast. The addition that they've made in WCAG 2.2 is you really have to see the indicator. So it added an aspect of thickness. So it either has to be at least 8 CSS pixels on the short side, or it has to be 1 CSS pixel all the way around. You can't make it any smaller than that. You really don't want to make it dashed, okay? So people have gotten creative in trying to be compliant compliant with the letter of the guideline without being compliant with the spirit of the guideline. The spirit of the guideline was people like me with glaucoma who are keyboard only users need to be able to see the darn keyboard focus indicator. Because people were trying to skirt that by making keyboard focus indicators, light blue or yellow, so that, the designers just didn't want it to impact what the website looked like. So then we added the darkness requirements, the contrast requirements. Then designers tried to use fancy patterns to, again, make it not so visible. And so now the guidelines have specific rules about thickness. So that is the first new guideline that's coming with 2.2, and also the related change to 2.1, making the keyboard focus indicator requirement moving from AA to A. Okay, and then finally, the keyboard focus indicator can never be blocked by content. You'll see that that is a trend that started in WCAG 2.1 with guidelines pertaining to popovers. and it's being extended into over the keyboard focus indicators, that you can't block a keyboard focus indicator with a popover or with a dialog box or something that's just going to make it really hard for the keyboard user to be able to see it. Okay, the next guideline that's being added is what are called fixed reference points. So, and you'll see that most of these guidelines additions come from pain points. So the pain point for 2.4.11, which is the one that we just talked about, is keyboard only users who use magnification. The pain point for fixed reference points is for people with any degree of vision loss who use magnification, or users with dyslexia who are using special CSS sheets to reformat the text, to put better spacing in, or to turn off justification. And what happens is when you magnify or when you add additional spacing, all your page numbering goes to heck. So if you are in a classroom setting or in a legal reference setting, somebody says, I'm on page 37, for you it might be page 53. Because you've added that spacing or you've added that magnification and the page numbers have totally gotten out of sync. So you need to make sure that when you're on your table of contents and it says this section starts on page 37, if it's really on page 53 on your what you're looking at, that when you click on that link, it takes you to page 53. And it doesn't take you to page 37 absolute, because that's not the information that you're looking for. So there have to be fixed reference points so that people can get to what it is that they need to see in their environment that matches what somebody else is looking at it, even if the page numbers are different. Okay, the next item that's being added is for drag and drop. All drag and drop operations need to be accessible from the keyboard. To me, that's kind of a duh requirement. I felt that it was a miss in previous versions of WCAG. Inaccessible drag and drop had to be flagged as a keyboard violation and somewhat of a pillar violation in that something wasn't operable by people using assistive technology. If you're looking for how to implement accessible drag and drop, Salesforce Lightning, which is an open source design system, has good accessible drag and drop patterns, and I've linked to an article that explains how to implement them. The Clarity design system, which is at clarity.design, it's the design system that comes from VMware that I work on, will be having accessible drag and drop in a soon to be released version. It will probably come out before WCAG 2.2 comes out. Okay. And each one of these items, I think I may have mentioned it, but just in case I didn't, these are all links to the currently proposed text. You can see that there will be comments in that saying open issues that need to be addressed. I've just tried to translate the spirit of the requirement into English on these pages. So 3.2.7 to me, like 2.5.7, was something that was kind of a miss. It could be implied that there was a keyboard operation violation, which that requirement didn't actually work for mobile. So for example, you could have a hidden control, for example, a swipe left to delete in a native app, and there was really no guideline in WCAG 2.1 that made that illegal. And you have to remember, not everybody can touch their device. Not everybody can use a keyboard. So you need to have a way from the keyboard to trigger hidden operations, which then SIP and puff devices and switch devices use keyboard simulation in order to access those, even though the user still is never touching a keyboard. So swipe left to delete in a native app is where hidden controls are most common. Advancing controls for a manual slide carousel. So if you have a carousel that doesn't automatically move and it's got arrows that only come up when you mouse over to them, those controls are considered hidden. So you need to have keyboard controls, or they have to be visible without requiring hover. So another way you could do it is making them persistently visible. How do you make them persistently visible? You could make that a feature that's associated with a login. So that would come under personalization, where you could have somebody set up things in their account saying, I want closed captioning turned on all the time. I want all hidden controls visible all the time. I always want to use a dyslexia-friendly font. Accessibility features that you could associate with the login so that once the user logs in, all those features get set automatically. Okay, pointer target spacing is another add-on from WCAG 2.1. 2.1 had a guideline for what they called inadvertent activation, but it didn't have a spacing. So that gave us a guideline of minimum size of 44 CSS pixels square, but it didn't talk about spacing. Okay, so this addresses the spacing requirement. So it expands on the 2.1 requirement pertaining to the size, and also in this was one thing that really frustrated me in 2.1. I lost the vote on this one. Originally, it was proposed to be a AA requirement, and the minimum touch target size became a AAA requirement, which meant really nobody was obligated to implement it. This pointer target spacing guideline is a AA requirement, so people will be obligated for the most part to implement it. Okay, then there are 3 new guidelines in WCAG 2.2 that pertain to Silver. One is finding help, one is accessible authentication, and one is redundant entry. And you can see all 3 of these are A-level requirements, because you're blocking an entire group of people with cognitive disabilities from being able to interact with your site or your software if you're not doing these 3 things. Okay, so findable help. Every single page has to have help available somewhere, okay? Either how to get in touch with a human, how to contact the human, so a phone number or an email address, a self-help option, so context-sensitive help for that page, or a fully automated contact mechanism. So you need to have one of those minimum on every single page, probably in the footer, although WCAG is not prescriptive about how you implement the guidelines, just that the guidelines have to be implemented. Accessible authentication. So authentication, meaning logging in. If it requires on a cognitive function test, you also have to have another method that doesn't rely on a cognitive function test. Memory, which includes remembering a password, is considered a cognitive function test. So that means that to be compliant with WCAG 2.2 at the A level, you're going to have at least 2 methods of being able to log in. The standard username and password, and some type of secondary login, such as biometrics or sending a link or a code to a registered phone, so that somebody who has memory issues and can't remember their passwords still has a secure way of getting in. Okay, WCAG, the next one, redundant entry. Okay, this is one of my pet peeves. I'm so glad that they implemented this feature, because to me, this happens all the time. So you try to log in on something that you haven't seen in a year, the login fails, you press forget password to reset your password, and it asks you to type your login again. Okay, it had the login. You already put it in when you tried to log in. The website had the information, but it's making you type it in twice. It takes a long time for people with disabilities to enter in things, especially when they're using assistive technology. So making people type things twice is not satisfying the spirit of being accessible. Failing to implement auto-population is not following the spirit of being accessible. So those 2 things are going to be part of WCAG 2.2 under redundant entry, which is part of Koga. And then finally, where are we on 2.2? The second public working draft is out. It's anticipated to be final by next summer. And as I mentioned, in the US, that means you're going to have about 18 months before you get in trouble in terms of litigation. I'll quickly go through Silver. As I've mentioned, Silver is the next evolution in the W3C guidelines. We took, and the Silver name came from the idea that it was just going to be called accessibility guidelines, but we took a vote and we decided to leave the WC in because it's what people are familiar with. So Silver is WCAG 3.0. It's more of a focus on functional need than it is on guidelines. So for example, remember those 3 different guidelines that pertain to keyboard focus indicators? Those are all going to be grouped together. I'm responsible for something that's being called content structure. Content structure will be the 3 different heading guidelines that currently exist grouped together. In terms of scoring, there will be a scoring function of how compliant you are, which is going to be more of a focus on being substantively conformant. Right now, as the VPATs and WCAG stands, if you have 5,000 pieces of alt text and you have one little teeny piece away in a corner that's not working correctly, you're considered to be non-compliant. Here, the focus is less on the absolutes of compliance versus non-compliance. It's more focus on, can a user with a disability use this software? And there's also going to be completely brand new areas of guidance. One will be on VR and XR, so virtual reality and extended reality. And another area that's being added is maturity modeling. This isn't intended to be an exhaustive list, just to give you an idea of what types of things are coming in Silver and where it's going to be different than the versions of WCAG that we've had since 2006. Okay, so resource summary at the end. These are all of the guidelines that are coming with 2.2. And I am happy at this point to take any questions that Amber, I believe, is going to pass those on to me from the YouTube feed. And I'm going to drink some coffee.
Well, thank you so much. That was very informative. There are quite a few questions here about how you got started and volunteering. Can you share a little bit about your background and what got you interested in this?
Sure. So I'm what I like to call really overeducated. I started off, let's just say more than 3 decades ago with a degree in computer science. I went to Cal in the early 80s. Then 10 years after that, I decided I wanted to go to law school. My 3rd year of law school, we discovered that my middle daughter was losing her hearing. She had a progressive hearing loss. So I had intended to go the anesthesiology of law, which is intellectual property, especially because I live in Silicon Valley. I was doing things like trademarks and copyrights and patents. I ended up going into advocacy for the deaf instead. And so I did that for 8 years. And then basically put myself out of business because I was suing insurance companies for failing to provide equal treatment for deaf patients. And I won a class action lawsuit against Blue Cross, and everybody folded. And I was doing it through a nonprofit anyway, so it wasn't exactly like I was making money hand over fist with these lawsuits. So I needed to pivot again. And that was just when accessibility was really starting to take off. That was about 8 years ago. And I've been in digital accessibility ever since. So I think it makes it's a really nice intersection of what I love to do the most. It's tech, because if some developer says, oh, that's going to be hard, my response is always, would you like me to code that for you? I mean, I can actually tell when they're trying to avoid doing something just because they don't want to do it. I use my legal degree to interpret the laws, and then I also went back and got an MBA, so I also see the business perspective of accessibility, and I can write really strong business cases for it. So people automatically assume that because I've used a wheelchair since I was 5, that's why I got into accessibility, but I actually got into accessibility because of my deaf daughter. To me, my wheelchair is just a mechanism of getting around. I don't particularly consider that a disability. And then what was the second question? The second question was about volunteering.
Yeah, so there's a couple of people who have asked, what kind of tasks do people participate in W3C task forces? What are the tasks that they end up doing? What is the volunteer experience like?
Sure. So like I said, lots and lots and lots and lots of meetings. and a little bit of takeaway and go do some research on your own. So for example, in the maturity modeling subcommittee, which I co-lead with David Fazio, right now what we're doing is we have built a framework of dimensions and attributes, and everybody on the team has one dimension, and they are defining all the different attributes. So we are proposing, and this hasn't even been reviewed. I have to be a little bit vague here because it hasn't been reviewed by the Silver subcommittee yet. That's happening in about a month. But everybody has been assigned one of those things. So we go in, we put in straw man information about what we think the attributes should look like for that dimension. So let me give you an example. For a dimension of software development lifecycle, it might include an attribute of you have a software QA plan that references accessibility and assistive technology. And then we get together and we meet as a group and we talk about each other's work and we wordsmith it so that in the end, it all looks like it was written with one cohesive approach by one individual instead of actually being worked on by 6 or 8 different individuals, because that's really important to the end product. So meetings to discuss what's going on. We all work in Google Docs together and put in comments about each other's work. We refine the comments. Then the maturity model subcommittee takes that and reviews it with the Silver committee. Once it's approved by the Silver committee, then we take it up to what they call the AGWIG, the Accessibility Guidelines Working Group. Once it gets approved by them, then it gets published for people, for the general community to comment on. And at any time, somebody who is identified as a volunteer can look at any of the draft material in GitHub. We use Git for versioning all of our documents, and that's where we release from. So hopefully that answers your question.
What's
and
the
like I
time
said,
commitment?
the first
minimum
time commitment is, yeah, that's right. No, minimum time commitment is probably practically about 6 hours a week.
Okay.
It's not for people who just want to pop in now and then and see what's going on. It is definitely a significant amount of time.
Good to know. What's the best way? Someone asked, what's the best way to build yourself into a WCAG expert?
What's the best way? So I would say for starters, IAAP, the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, has 2 certification programs right now, and they're about to add several more. So there's the CPACC, which is Certified Professional Accessibility Core Competencies. That's, for lack of a better phrase, the Accessibility Manager certification. Then there's the WAS, which is the Web Accessibility Specialist certification. That requires significant coding chops. And then the 3rd certification that's coming is Strategic Leader in Accessibility. So that's people who are looking at implementing accessibility at the organizational level. How do you set up training programs? How do you set up support programs? How do you make sure your documentation is accessible? So certifying through those groups definitely demonstrates that you have a particular level of accessibility skills. I write a lot. I've been writing twice a week now for 2 years. I'm up to, I think, 154 articles when I counted last week on various different approaches to accessibility. So the last article that I wrote was about making sure that people use context when they're identifying what their alt text should be. So that's a way that you can demonstrate your accessibility skills. I think building your accessibility brand on social media is really important. I wrote an article on that. You definitely need to have an accessibility elevator pitch, so you can explain in 45 seconds what is it that you as an individual bring to an accessibility program. So those things are all, and then obviously doing presentations like this, and preferably recorded presentations so that people can get them on demand. So I submitted 7 presentations to 7 different conferences a couple of months ago. Usually about 50% of my presentations get accepted. For some reason, 6 out of 7 got accepted. So I've been really busy giving talks this month. But that's another aspect to building your accessibility brand, people being able to watch recorded presentations.
Well, we really appreciate you coming and sharing all the information with us. Those are all the questions we have time for today, but I'm sure that if you have additional questions, you can reach out to Sheri via the information that she has shared on the slides or via her Medium blog. Don't forget to attend the next talk. Oh, yep.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, drop me a note on LinkedIn. That's the social media that I pay most attention to, or put a note in one of my articles on Medium.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Sheri. Don't forget to attend the next talk.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yep. Which will be, our next talk will be Policy versus Practice, the International Case for Digital Accessibility with Dana Frayne, which will be right here in 10 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My last name pronunciation is Frayne. So my name's Dana Frayne. And this is to test the audio.
Hello and welcome to WordPress Accessibility Day. I am Amber Hines with Equalize Digital, and this is the 1500 UTC session, Policy versus Practice, the International Case for Digital Accessibility with Dana Frayne. Dana is a postgraduate student at the University of Oxford's Internet Institute, where she studies the practical implications of international digital accessibility policies and guidelines. Dana also works as a freelance digital accessibility consultant, working with clients like the American Civil Liberties Union. Prior to working as an accessibility consultant, Dana worked on accessibility projects at the Obama White House and Facebook, and she plans to continue her research on digital accessibility with a Fulbright research grant to Morocco next year. If you have any questions for Dana, please put them in the YouTube chat and we'll answer them after the presentation. Dana, we're excited to hear what you have to share with us. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today. I'm going to share my screen now.
Perfect. We can see it.
Okay, great. Okay, so is this coming up all right?
Yes, looks great.
Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So before we dive in, thank you, Amber, for that wonderful introduction. I also just wanted to give a little background as well about who I am and why I'll be talking about what I'm talking about today. So my name is Dana Frayne. I'm at the University of Oxford as a master's student, and specifically I'm at the Internet Institute. So I spend my days thinking about how the internet essentially affects society, particularly in relation to how the internet is accessible online. Before coming to Oxford, I was already quite interested in digital accessibility, so I don't think it surprised any of my friends or people who know me that I wanted to study this for my master's thesis. In particular, like Amber said, I worked as a freelance digital accessibility consultant, and one of my projects working on the American Civil Liberties Union homepage so that it was accessible was really great. So currently finishing up the master's degree at Oxford, and I'm going to be talking about some of my thesis findings today, as well as, some of my personal experiences working in digital accessibility. So sort of the agenda for the talk today. First, I'm going to kind of give an overview of my research goals, and then transition to a brief discussion of the theoretical frameworks that are kind of driving that question. Then I'm going to be examining briefly the method I use, and then the findings and future directions. So the main takeaway from my background earlier is that I am coming from both a practical perspective on one side, but then also a theoretical, more academic perspective. And I mentioned my coursework at Oxford, and that involves a thesis, which one of the main requirements is having a research question. So on the screen now is mine, which says, what is the role of social norms in the implementation of digital accessibility practices in the technology industry? So with this question, I was essentially working toward figuring out and observing the different norms that operate when people are trying to put digital accessibility policies into practice. So one question I've gotten is why study this particular topic? And there are a few reasons. The first one being that I have found there is a gap in the academic literature regarding social norms in digital accessibility, partially because there is not, I'd say, a great deal of academic research that sort of publicly exists squarely on the topic of digital accessibility. Furthermore, the research that does exist is often it can be siloed into niche topics and circles. So sometimes there is a risk of being sort of put into echo chambers of people who already feel quite strongly about digital accessibility. And then, for the research that does exist, the data does not always, cover the aspect of implementation. So particularly in the technology industry, sometimes I've found that the viewpoints can be a bit disconnected between, industry versus academia. So one of the goals of my research is to sort of, merge these two viewpoints together. Not that they exist, completely separately, but that was one of the goals. And then, secondly, second, digital accessibility is highly interdisciplinary, which I'm sure a lot of people tuning in can relate to this idea that, to work in digital accessibility, sometimes it feels like, you specialize in a lot of different areas from, the technical part to the legal part to, the theory part, and there are lots of different parts to it. So that was another reason I wanted to kind of address social norms, because they touch on, all of those areas. And then finally, the third reason, which is the main reason I wanted to study this, is, my main personal experiences with digital accessibility and working in digital accessibility. I feel like I have, personally experienced these social norms that I'm going to talk about, and my hope in bringing them up today is that, maybe someone tuning in will also have experienced this. And I think as a community of people who care about digital accessibility, it's important to, kind of rally around, advocating for digital accessibility. So that's kind of the goal with my research, and the goal that that I have today. And I think that's partially why events like these are so great, because it brings the community together. So moving on into the research itself, I'm not going to spend a great deal of time defining theories and frameworks, but I've included the major theorists in parentheses here on the screen, along with, their associated theories. So if you're interested and want to learn more about anything I'm talking about, I have a list of references at the end if you want to check out these theories further. But the first one says the social model of disability, and Mike Oliver and Tom Shakespeare are two of the leading architects of this framework, and it has its foundations in the United Kingdom, sort of the activist grassroots movement, when there was a big push from the medical model of disability to the social model. And the conception of the social model was, founded in this idea that social barriers blocked participation in social groups. So this is a problem because, this potentially could lead to obstacles for people with disabilities to lead a fulfilling and high quality of life. And I mentioned this here primarily because the social model is now the primary mode in which scholars studying the topic of disability utilize. And it's therefore, the model that drives this research. Just gonna take a sip real quick. Okay, well, so moving on to the next theory I have listed. So intersectionality from Kimberly Crenshaw, who is a brilliant feminist scholar. She, coined and is one of the lead architects of this concept, intersectionality, which essentially means that aspects of identity are fluid as opposed to concrete, single artifacts of one's self and self-presentation. And in other words, intersectionality is sort of this idea that multiple identities, like dimensions of identity, like race, socioeconomic status, gender, ability, so on, they deserve an equitable weight when kind of considering identity politics. So based on this, cornerstone theory, I'd say it's fair to suggest that disability is intertwined with, a lot of different dimensions of identity. So when talking about this research, I feel like it's really important to acknowledge that, disability doesn't, essentially exist in a vacuum. It's, there are lots of parts of identity to think about. So I just want to note up front that I try to, incorporate intersectionality into my research and just general life approach. And then, moving on to the next framework, the narrative self, which is proposed by and really led by this philosopher named Mara Scheckman. And she essentially, the narrative self presents this idea that a cohesive collection of one's memories and ideas about the self come together to present the self-presentation. So in other words, whenever I hear someone say this is on brand for this person, I sort of think of this theory because it's essentially the Scheckman's idea that presentations of the self, it's a collection of different memories and artifacts that are shared online. So with these theories in mind, I'm going to transition to a discussion of the findings and the process of gathering the findings. So for my thesis, I conducted a series of interviews with accessibility experts and practitioners. And it's important to note that the primary framework that I used was the postmodernist viewpoint because it was really I related to it a lot because it emphasized the nuanced nature of, the interviewer and the interviewee relationship, along with the broader philosophical belief that, multiple versions of the truth can exist in society. Also, I was conscientious about the broader postmodernist push in academia to adhere to equitable sampling practices in order to better represent diverse experiences in the findings. I'm just gonna, okay, sorry. I feel like I'm battling a bit of a cold coming on, so sorry about that. Okay, back to it. So the second point was that just another minor note is that one of my concerns with the interview method was sometimes people can say, interviews purely produce descriptive findings, but I would kind of push back against this idea in the sense that interviews are useful, particularly in sort of sociological research, to uncover social norms and some perspectives that can sometimes be hidden. So now I'm going to shift to a discussion of the findings. And to do that, I am going to read off a brief scenario. Okay, so I'm going to read what's on screen now. So imagine that you're working at a company that is launching a new website tomorrow. You primarily work as a product designer, but you're considered the go-to person for digital accessibility in the company. You don't personally work on the team that's preparing for launch, but a manager from a different team knows that you know a lot about accessibility. This manager emails you to ask, hey, can you make the website accessible before the launch tomorrow? Less than a day is not a lot of time to make a website accessible, but you really want to help because no one else in the company seems to know about the specific accessibility guidelines. So you ask the manager, sure, but what has already been done for accessibility? They respond by saying, we only just remembered because we don't want to get in trouble with an inaccessible site. If you could just check the boxes for the basic accessibility criteria before launch, that would be great. Okay, so let's dissect this for a moment. I cannot see the comments right now, but I would venture to ask, if anyone listening or, watching has ever experienced a scenario similar to this. I know bits and pieces of this, I certainly have, but essentially I wanted to share this, fictional scenario that's sort of drawn from some truths that I experience, because it represents all three of the social norms that I'm going to talk about today. So the three social norms, like I mentioned in the agenda, are, so the first one's compliance culture, which I think hopefully a lot of people will find interesting. And then the second one is valuation of accessibility work. And then the third one is educational opportunities. So now I'm going to transition into a discussion of each of these social norms by talking about what they are, how they play a role in digital accessibility, and then why they exist. So first, compliance culture in relation to digital accessibility is a concept that's discussed a great deal in actually Professor Sarah Luthwaite's research. She focuses on studying the pedagogy of digital accessibility. So her research is really fascinating. And if you're interested in learning more about compliance culture, I would definitely recommend looking up some of her articles, or you can email me afterwards and I can send you some as well. But anyways, as a concept, compliance culture is this idea that digital accessibility is only a set of rules to abide by, as opposed to a genuine approach to accessibility that reinforces creativity and continuity. And I also want to note here before moving forward that just the name itself, compliance culture, can potentially be misleading in the sense, when I first heard about it, I was a bit confused because on its own, I'd argue that compliance is a good thing. Complying with policies shows that, people care, but the main difference between compliance versus compliance culture is, it graduates from being this, practice to, an attitude and set of behaviors, making it more aligned with the social norm. So that's when it becomes more of an issue. And this relates to digital accessibility because, in interviews with digital accessibility practitioners working in the technology industry, there was this repeated theme about the ongoing effort to kind of stymie the practices of compliance culture because, compliance culture can block sustainability of continued accessibility practices, particularly because it can sort of stand as a roadblock between working towards creativity, innovation, and a continuous accessibility process, as opposed to this static, rigid set of rules. So going back to the scenario I presented, I wanted to highlight this particular part that sort of exemplifies this idea. So on the screen, it says the quote, "We only just remembered because we don't want to get in trouble with an accessible site." This is coming from the perspective of the manager. "If you could just check the boxes for the basic accessibility criteria before launch, that would be great." So this certainly has elements of compliance culture, in particular, there's this sense of urgency. We only just remembered. This is a problem because accessibility should certainly be in an ideal world, accessibility should be incorporated from the very beginning of the product development process for a multitude of reasons, but in particular, one of those reasons is that it prevents sort of this last minute stressful time of trying to make something accessible really quick, because it's sort of changes from this, process of, okay, how can we make this user experience a good one, as opposed to, okay, how can we quickly just, meet the very basic accessibility criteria so we don't get in trouble. Those are two different, there are significant differences between those two approaches. And that's sort of where compliance culture is really relevant. So before moving on to the next social norm, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on, some reasons why I think compliance culture exists. And regarding the theoretical concerns, I think this represents sort of a quick fix mentality in the technology industry, because, from my experience, working in tech, I have found that, there are, pressures to work quickly and launch things quickly. And, I think that's good for, innovation. However, I think in order for accessibility to, exist in that sort of very fast process, it's essential that it's an ongoing consideration, as opposed to, okay, let's look at this right before we launch. And then something also that, I've been thinking about, and some other scholars in this space, like Professor Gerard Grogan and Professor Sarah Luthwaite, also have, produced research on, also other great scholars, but essentially there's this debate where sometimes the definitions of accessibility, the policies of accessibility, can be quite broad. So sometimes it can feel difficult to know exactly what to do in order to make this something accessible, when if someone doesn't know how to make something accessible, which I talk further about in the upcoming norms. And then the last 2 points, practical constraints. So again, time constraints are consideration, and availability of resources. So again, with this scenario, this scenario presented, trying to make something accessible in a very short amount of time, and there's, putting all the responsibility on one person can be quite difficult. The scenario didn't mention how, expansive the product was, so that can again be quite challenging. So moving on to the next main social norm, I wanted to talk about the attitudes and behaviors associated with the valuation of digital accessibility work. And here I want to kind of pause for clarity. When I say valuation, I am talking about both the financial and opportunity cost associated with the work of digital accessibility. So the first point I want to address is that the values associated with digital accessibility work are quite varied, based on industry and location, and a lot of different factors. And also, going back to Kimberly Crenshaw's theory of intersectionality, there are a lot of factors at play with cost and value. So so I want to make sure I clarify here that, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. However, there is this trend that I noticed in my research and personal experience that this, it is not always, accessibility work is not always, compensated fairly, in my opinion. And one of the most common ways that this manifests is, and maybe some people watching or listening have had this experience, where people who are, experts or knowledgeable even in digital accessibility practices are called on to do the work of multiple people. And so by this, I mean that sometimes digital accessibility is sort of viewed as maybe a side project or optional. And, in this scenario, this person is sort of, it's not clear whether this person is going to be compensated or recognized properly, for their work. And the second point I want to make, want to make about this is that the valuation of accessibility work often it can coexist alongside this phenomenon of being siloed into an accessibility maintenance role, even when the job description doesn't call for it. And sort of by this I mean that accessibility work requires flexibility, as I mentioned earlier with compliance culture. Accessibility, in my view, is a continuous, ongoing process. So when it's viewed through a lens of, being optional or not as valued, that really puts a strain on the whole process, because it doesn't necessarily give the space that's needed for digital accessibility to really, prosper and be successful. So returning to the example presented earlier, the way this issue of value presents itself is through the following quote on the screen, which says, "A manager from a different team knows that you know a lot about accessibility." So reflecting on this for a moment, the way the social norm manifested in this scenario is that, it's not clear from this scenario that accessibility is considered a part of this, person's usual accessibilities. It's noted that the person is knowledgeable. However, it's also noted that they are primarily a product designer. So you can kind of assume that they, their whole job isn't focused on accessibility, which, presents a different scenario, but it's not clear. The main point I'm trying to make here is it's not clear whether this person is going to be compensated for their time working on this accessibility process. It's sort of presented as a favor, as opposed to, you're going to get, recognition for your work, which is really, really important in terms of value. And then the other point I want to mention, which is not specifically mentioned in this slide, but the general attitude sort of this manager kind of signals to me a lack of, recognition for the accessibility process as, again, being, continuous process that should be incorporated from the very beginning when possible. So this sort of leads to the question of, why do these valuation challenges exist in the first place? Well, in my opinion, the answer is quite complicated. So I'd argue that there are a lot of parallels that exist, with the broader disability rights movement. And, I'm looking at the time. For sake of time, it's sort of hard to dive into that now. But if you want to talk more about that, definitely send me an email, and I'd love to talk about it. But essentially, the main relationship here is that I argue that the struggle with value is part of an overarching, broader perspective that exists in the technology industry, where stakeholders don't necessarily recognize accessibility work with the value of other disciplines, other technical skills. And that, this is a problem because this can manifest in different ways, where maybe someone doesn't get promoted or recognized in the same way that other people do, because if the employers don't recognize, okay, accessibility work, it's very significant, it's important, and it's critical to a product having a strong usable experience that, that can create significant problems. And then the second part of this, where, sometimes accessibility can sort of be viewed through this lens of volunteering, where, as I mentioned earlier, it's unclear whether this person in this scenario is going to be properly compensated for their time. And if this is just a favor, that doesn't really, help with accessibility being properly recognized. And the last point I want to make about this before moving to the next social norm is, I personally struggle with this. And maybe people tuning in as well really struggle, because as someone who's really passionate about digital accessibility, I'm really happy when people express interest in it, even if it is last minute, or even if it is challenging. So I'm definitely more inclined to, I want to help as much as I can, but that can also present a challenge when even if I help, if my work isn't valued in the same way, it can be quite frustrating. So on that note, moving to the third and final social norm that I'm going to discuss today, is the specific attitudes and behaviors that people face when first entering the field of digital accessibility, specifically in relation to educational opportunities for accessibility. Okay, so a recurring theme was that the offerings for digital accessibility education are not particularly robust in comparison to other skills, other technical skills in design and development. And the repercussions for these lack of accessibility resources is, widespread. And I kind of want to focus this section on a couple key points. But, one of the points I have listed on screen is that there is no, one pathway to studying digital accessibility, which on the one hand is good, because, I personally relate to this idea that I have picked up lessons about digital accessibility on the job, which helps in terms of learning practical ways to apply accessibility. But at the same time, if one doesn't have access to work opportunities to learn, it can make things quite difficult to gather digital accessibility, specific practices, which leads to kind of the third point I have here, which is there is, I have found, as well as in my research, that there are pretty significant differences that exist between, learning about accessibility from this theoretical perspective versus implementing it. And, there are lots of, before moving on, I do want to mention, there are lots of great resources and classes out there. And, if you have any favorite classes or things, I would love to, see them in the comments. But I wanted to note, in terms of mainstream educational options, I would say there are not any, major degrees that specify in digital accessibility. There are minor certificates, online classes, which are great, but I think if, for example, if there was a master's degree in digital accessibility, I would totally want to enroll in that. But from my search, there is not, and that can, that is sort of a challenge in and of itself, because stakeholders at universities and educational programs do not always recognize accessibility work with the value of other disciplines. So one way this manifests specifically is, from people I've talked to, accessibility can, be incorporated into computer science classes, or sometimes even have a whole course dedicated to accessibility, which is great. But I feel like, and I feel like this is a common feeling, but accessibility is so expansive. And like I mentioned in the previous slide, it's hard to sort of narrow it down versus into, you know, theory versus practice. So I feel like if there was more room and more recognition of digital accessibility in these mainstream educational places and spaces, I should say, that, you know, would lead to more widespread education. Okay, so through this example, the social norm sort of manifested through the quote, "You primarily work as a product designer, but you're considered the quote, go-to person for digital accessibility in the company." So sort of from what I've gathered, particularly at smaller companies and startups, it's sort of not uncommon for there to be sort of this, you know, go-to person for accessibility, you know, which is fine. But I think, you know, I think in an ideal world, it would be amazing if, you know, every person had at least a foundation in accessibility, because, you know, accessibility doesn't exist in this vacuum. It's not just, you know, an engineering concern, design concern, content concern, you know, recruiting concern, you know, it really exists widespread. So I think it's not particularly fair for the, you know, responsibility to be with one person. So sort of one way to combat this is for, you know, education to be more widespread. And at the university training crash course level, more accessibility knowledge would be good, but employers can also, you know, have a role in this when, you know, when new employees are being onboarded. It'd be great if accessibility is discussed and, you know, acknowledged, and specific practices for that company are shared. So it's not sort of reliant on one person. Okay, so wrapping up, we're about at 35 minutes, so I think about 5 to 10 more minutes, and then I'd love to take any questions for a bit. But the first future direction is, I think it's really important for people working in digital accessibility to work towards combating solutionism. So I should say here, solutionism is sort of a concept designed by this theorist Morozov, who I cite more in the references, but essentially solutionism is this idea that there is a goal of solving problems as opposed to, you know, actually addressing the complexity of problems that exist in the technology industry. And I think this is quite relevant to digital accessibility, because, you know, digital accessibility, as I mentioned, you know, is quite complex. Not only is it an ongoing process, but it's very widespread and interdisciplinary. So it's critical that it's viewed in that light. It's not just, you know, ticking the specific boxes of policy, but it's recognized as a comprehensive, you know, widespread consideration. So some concrete ways to address this would be, you know, making sure that every person in, you know, a company or a product team is knowledgeable about at least the basics of accessibility, but also, you know, consistently testing with users to make sure, okay, this product, you know, testing with users with disabilities, so there's an open line of communication, and that you're recognizing that, okay, the goal is to make this a good usability experience, not just to, you know, tick off some boxes. Then the second future direction is there's really a critical need to increase the value of accessibility work. And like I said earlier, this is not you know, there are certainly exceptions to this. However, I would say, you know, a trend that I'm kind of concerned about is, you know, it's not always the value of accessibility work is not always, I think, given the recognition that it deserves. And, you know, stakeholders in the tech industry certainly play a role in this, but, you know, also, you know, anyone on a product team just, you know, advocating for accessibility, calling out the work, supporting, you know, people who also work in accessibility is, you know, a great way to address this. And then finally, which is probably the future direction that I'm most excited about, is this, you know, starting point that I want to suggest is that integrating creativity into the conversation is really a, you know, a great way, I think, to draw greater interest and respect of digital accessibility. Greater interest and respect in the technology industry. And, you know, there are a lot of great art projects in this space, which, you know, I can also share links to if you want to email me afterwards. But essentially, creativity is, you know, a great vehicle for, you know, approaching digital access. And sort of to, you know, wrap up, I wanted to say, you know, stakeholder changes are, you know, critical. Creative approaches are great. And then collaboration in the accessibility community is also, you know, really important, which is why, you know, events like this are really exciting. And you know, I'm really excited to be a part of this, and, you know, connect and, you know, virtually meet people who also really care about digital access. So that's it. These are my references. The slides are available at the WordPress accessibility site if you want to, you know, go through the references. You can also send me an email. My email is dana.frayne@gmail.com. And also my Twitter handle is Dana_Frayne. I just wanted to thank quickly, you know, Joe Dolson and the whole WordPress accessibility team for having me. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Dana. We do have a couple of questions. The first one is, do you consider that the multiple truths viewpoint is reflected in the fact that there's frequently no one true solution to web accessibility questions?
That's a great question. So it is something that I, you know, think about because I totally, you know, align with this idea that digital accessibility is a fluid social construction. And by that, I mean, you know, accessibility means something different, I think, to each person. So I really, you know, hesitate kind of when, you know, accessibility is defined as, you know, X, Y, and Z. I think it really is dependent on local context and, you know, again, tying back to this concept of intersectionality, it's really important, I think, to acknowledge that, you know, accessibility doesn't exist in a vacuum. It sort of touches on these different dimensions of identity. So I certainly think that there's a connection there, and thanks for pointing that out for who asked that question.
So the next question is, what would you like to see done with your research? Do you have goals for it?
Yes, this is another great question. I mean, I think hopefully I, you know, would love to publish my research in an academic article, but you know, that is a pretty intense process, but you know, it's something that I hope to do. And also next year, I hope to, you know, fingers crossed, I'll be able to go to Morocco with the Fulbright program to do a research grant where I can sort of continue this research and, you know, approach it from a different lens of studying digital accessibility within a specific context, as opposed to, you know, this research today. I recognize it's, you know, quite broad. So I think it would be exciting to sort of go at it from a different angle and be more specific.
Are you hoping that it'll inspire certain actions either at the government level or among people who work in digital accessibility on a daily basis?
Sorry, can you repeat that real quick?
Oh, I was just following up on that question. Are you hoping that your research would inspire certain actions either at the government level or with those of us that work in accessibility on a daily basis?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that would be great. I think the one, main takeaway that I really hope my research can share is that I think, you know, my personal experience working in digital accessibility, sometimes it can feel, you know, a bit, lonely if, you know, going back to that scenario where there was one person on this team who's considered the expert. I feel like, when I was conducting this research, I think it made me feel quite an appreciation for the community and, you know, knowing that there are lots of people all over the world who really care about digital accessibility. And if you're working on this project, you know, you're not, if you're experiencing something, there's probably someone somewhere who is experiencing something similar. So if you can sort of find, reach out to the community and, make connections and feel this sense of camaraderie, I think that would be something I hope that is inspired through this research.
Yeah, I know that is definitely something with WordPress, right? And accessibility as well, but we're very big on community building. So there's a question here. Do you have ideas about ways to get people excited about the creative aspects of accessibility instead of viewing it as maintenance tasks?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I think, let's see how to structure this. Well, you know, one example that I want to, I think would be great to draw attention to is there's this project called Alt Text as Poetry. And the specific authors I can't recall them off the top of my head, but hopefully I can, add them add a link in the chat.
Shannon Finnegan?
Yes, yeah. And then so I think this is, a really brilliant project because they really exemplify how alt text can, some people can view it as, the static rigid practice, but it's in a way I feel like it is sort of a poetic form, and they really encapsulate that. And I think projects like that are really exciting. I know there's also a movement in the zine world to sort of push for digital accessibility, and sort of when there are artistic projects like that I think that can be really exciting, and it's something that excites me.
Yeah. I think we have time for one more question, and it's actually my question. I'm wondering, how do you propose to increase the valuation of digital accessibility? So, we see a lot of almost like fear-based arguments for accessibility, and I'm wondering if you have thoughts on ways to increase that valuation that's maybe not fear-based, or do you feel like looking at the social that is just the way to go?
That's a great question. I feel like it's something I sort of debate internally as well, because I think we do live in sort of a call out culture where fear is can be a driving force. However, I think, that's not the only way to go about it. I think, grassroots activism and sort of going back to, the social model of disability, I'd say that the grassroots kind of tactics used in activism can also be used for digital accessibility at, in this idea of increasing value. And then also I want to say, there is strength in numbers. And I think, I guess I've mentioned it a lot now, but I would say, but I keep saying it because I think it's really important. This idea of community and, fostering support, between different accessibility experts and practitioners is really important to show, we are, a strong group of people who, or strong, like numerous group of people who, really care and want to advocate for digital accessibility.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you for having me.
Yes. So thank you everyone for attending this WP Accessibility Day session with Dana Frayne. Feel free to reach out to her if you want to follow up with the information she has shared on the screen. The next session, How to Plan and Design for Web Accessibility with Dylan Wages, starts at 1600 UTC. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, but stay tuned for that session. Thanks so much.
I don't know who you want to go first, but hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Good. Looks like it's working.
Welcome to WordPress Accessibility Day. What an exciting event. Welcome back if you've been logged in for a while. If you've been with us since the beginning, you should probably just go take a nap. My name is Megan, and I will be introducing Dylan Wages for his session, How to Plan and Design for Web Accessibility. So please feel free to add your questions in the YouTube chat, and we'll do our best to answer those at the end of the presentation. Dylan has been a freelance WordPress designer and developer for over 15 years. He solves design problems for his clients by helping them simplify ideas and communicate their stories. Currently, he's consulting with businesses and nonprofits to develop accessible materials on and offline. Dylan, thank you for being here today.
Thanks, Megan, for introducing me. Yeah, it's really exciting to be here and be on the first kind of event for the WordPress Accessibility Day. It's great, really great speakers, and I'll actually be touching on a lot of the similar things that I realize as I watch these presentations, some very similar things, but hopefully I bring kind of a new aspect to those. So let me start my presentation here. Okay. All right, my presentation is about how to plan and design for web accessibility. Let's see. My goals today to help you gain a clear understanding of what website accessibility means, learn about the different levels of website accessibility, how and when do you plan for website accessibility, go over website accessibility design principles and how to apply them, and also just learn about a couple tools to use to kind of gauge your kind of level of accessibility of your site. We'll go kind of more in detail and actually demonstrate those when we get to that point. Website accessibility. An accessible website is one that can be used by everyone, people of all abilities and disabilities. When thinking about disabilities, we usually think about blindness or individuals in wheelchairs or hearing impaired. Those are kind of like just kind of standard what people think. But there's more disabilities. They come in different forms, like color blindness, muscular dystrophy, or sometimes a temporary disability. People don't even think about that. Someone can have a broken arm or a hurt hand, and they will just need to navigate through a website without using the mouse. And this affects all ranges of people. Yeah, but I think we need to remove as many barriers as possible for them, so we can have so they can have the same access as everybody else. Why accessibility matters. It's socially responsible, but just being more inclusive for as many types of people is kind of what we're trying to do here. And it's great for SEO, which is surprising to hear to a lot of my clients when I talk about that. Why is it great for SEO? We'll go over some of those later in the presentation. It allows your organization to reach more people. And by doing that, increases revenue. And that's surprising for some of my e-commerce clients that don't even think about, well, why is that increased revenue? So we can kind of go over that in this presentation as well. In some cases, it may be legally required to be that. And that's true on some of my nonprofits and some of my government organizations that I've worked with in the past. Now, we're going to go over kind of the boring part of this presentation, I call it. But it's kind of setting terminology a little bit. It's kind of, because you see a lot of terminology like section 508 and AA and AAA, and I kind of like to kind of set the bar on that. I try to keep this section short and kind of brief, but it kind of helps terminology. I also want to preface it, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not giving any legal advice on this, but I want you to understand that just kind of where these terminologies come from. What is ADA compliance? You hear this term ADA compliance. American Disabilities Act, ADA, from 1990 is a comprehensive federal civil rights law prohibiting discrimination of a bias of a disability. Title II of ADA applies to the state and local governments, while Title III applies to all places of public accommodation. However, both sections require organizations to remove any barriers to a disabled person's ability to access goods and services. Now, section 508. Yeah, I'm not going to quiz you on every section of this, and we had section 504. I'm not going to go everything, but this is kind of abbreviated timeline and versions of all the laws that have in the past. So we're going to start with section 508. It was amended by the Workforce Act in 1998, requires federal agencies to develop, procure, and maintain the use of information and communication technology known as ICT that is accessible to people with disabilities. Regardless of whether or not they work in a federal government, the U.S. Access Board established the Section 508 standards to implement the law and provide the requirements for accessibility. So it's kind of the government's version right now of accessibility and information technology. A little more here. In 2010, way back in 2010, the U.S. Department of Justice issued an advance notice of proposing rulemaking, indicating they would intend to amend the language in Title III that we talked about a minute ago of the ADA to ensure it would also apply to the website accessibility. The Department of Justice was planning on moving forward incorporating the website accessibility guidelines, WCAG or WCAG 2.1, which can be found at this link in 2018. However, the current administration has put that on hold. So for now, there's no clear ADA applies to web design, no regulations, no increase, but there are increasing numbers of lawsuits that are coming out. And one of those was found in this 2019 website app lawsuit recap report. And the total number of ADA web apps accessibility file cases reached one an hour in 2018 and held around 2019. Now, the 2019 kind of drifted down because they're kind of waiting on the Supreme Court to decide on a hearing on the case versus Domino's. However, one should not assume that the absence of the DOJ regulations and other guidelines will provide due process defense claims. Website connected to place accommodations fails to comply with accessibility requirements under ADA. So currently, the WCAG 2.1 is kind of the benchmark that they refer all of these companies right now to, as far because there's not like a direct law that guides them. So for my opinion, why I'm not a lawyer, but in the future, I believe Title III will be updated with website accessibility standards and eventually become a US law. And along the way, they'll be guided by decisions in cases like Robles versus Domino's that we talked about a second ago. I also believe that the Department of Justice will use the WCAG 2.1 AA as a standard benchmark in law. In some countries, like for instance in Japan and Norway, they already have consequences for not meeting these guidelines, similar guidelines if you don't comply. In Netherlands, for example, all government-directed websites need to comply by 2020. But like the US, they're all pushing for legal requirements for private businesses to be hold the same level of accessibility. So US, I think, is moving in that direction. Kind of, they're going to eventually pass a regulation that pushes even private businesses into this kind of requirements. This is kind of a visual graph or representation of kind of the levels. You got section 508 that we talked about, single A, double A, and triple A. And the more restringent as you get into the double A, and single A is closely represents the section 508 that's currently law. And you can see on the bottom right, if you can read it, it's kind of small, but it has one of those WCAG 2.0, 2.1, kind of if you're wondering what those numbers mean, they kind of release versions every few years here. So you can kind of see when those are coming out, and they're expected a 2.2 coming out in 2021. Now we're getting into it. So when we start planning for, when do you start planning for accessibility? I believe the discussion needs to start at the beginning of any web design project. In this discussion, you talk about, like with your client, you need to talk about branding colors, design strategy, layout, images, and even copy. All these factors play a role in level of accessibility you wish to achieve. Build accessibility right into your workflow. Don't, get the stakeholders on board, get them to understand why. It's not just the laws, but the potential for users and possibly opening up revenues for organizations. And when I say revenue, it doesn't always apply to, businesses selling e-commerce. Actually, I have nonprofit clients that are backed, by people with disabilities, so they actually get more donations. So knowing that it can have a wider spread than just, just their bottom line, but it also has people who are advocates for their organizations. Accessibility should never just be an afterthought. From my experience, if you do not build accessibility in your plan, it could possibly cause twice the work or money and time if you don't build it into your strategy. So, as these laws come into law in the future, you're going to have to go back in and change them. But it just kind of makes it harder for everybody to kind of reprogram their brain to kind of tackle these projects again, especially after you build large website projects. Try to make it part of the conversation every step of the way. If you're talking about, it depends if you have a small team. If you have a small team of designers, developers, it's easy to kind of talk to the person who's writing the copy and how should you plan for images and how should you plan for page layout. The bigger the team, the harder that gets, but make it part of the conversation all the way. All right. I'm going to go over the main 4 principles. I think these were gone in over other meetings pretty extensively. I'll try to keep it brief, but I want to make sure that, you know, it kind of aligns what I'm going to be talking about specifically, certain topics of the WCAG 2.1 principles. Perceivable is principle 1. Make sure you have text alternatives, provide text alternatives for any non-text content, make it adaptable. A lot of web designers already know about responsiveness, but also think about how that works when it's responsive, when the framework is responsive. Time-based media, when it's audio only or video only, provide captions or audio descriptions. Distinguishable, we'll be getting into this one more, but because it has to kind of more deal with design. Make it easier for users to hear content, including separating background and foreground. This includes color, audio control, contrast, resizing text and images and stuff like that. Operables, principle 2, keyboard accessibility, make all function available by the keyboard. Seizures, don't make things flashing on the screen. If you have, you know, things flashing, keep it at a low because people are, you know, photo sensitive, but you got to have controls to kind of help stop that. And that's enough time, giving them enough time the user to read the content. Stop and pause is kind of similar to that. Navigable, provide ways for users to navigate, find content, and determine where they are. Principle 3, understandable. Readable, make the text content readable and understandable. Input assistance, help users avoid content mistakes, like examples like labels or instructions, error suggestions, or error prevention. Predictable, make web pages appear and operate in predictable ways. On focus, input, consistent navigation, consistent identification. Compatible, just make sure that the system is robust and compatible with a lot of user agents like web browsers or browser extensions, media players. Good news is that frameworks like WordPress and HTML5 are compatible and are kind of built for future and continue in development. But not all plugins are, and other things like that, other developers you do not have control over will. And, you know, frameworks like HTML5 are great places to start. Okay, so for this presentation, we're focusing on design, and distinguishable is one of the most important principles in terms of design for accessibility. Visual elements like text, icons, input fields, and charts need to be easily perceivable. On the most basic level, that means they need to be clearly stand out from the background. But it's also important that they can be easily distinguished from similar elements around them, for example, linked, embedded in the text paragraph. They need to see things clearly as shared among people who rely on their eyes, but the challenges are quite diverse. People with visual impairment might not be able to see certain colors. The field of view might be blurred or narrow, but it's also possible that the challenge is caused by the projection of light in the room or direct sunlight shining in the screen. The visual contrast between a color is a key factor in making things perceivable, but color contrast has limitations. Creating robust visual differences between elements often require a more holistic approach. And when I'm talking about a holistic approach, it doesn't only have to do with colors. It's like things like arrangement, additional labeling, spacing, you know, like white space, content consistency. Consistency is a big factor in accessibility, and help make the content distinguishable, will all help make the content distinguishable on the website. All right, we're going to go into colors and contrast for text, providing sufficient contrast between foreground and background. For relevant luminance, the tone of color, whether it's red, green, blue, yellow, is not a key factor. After all, adequate contrast is necessary for people who can't perceive certain colors or who don't see colors at all. This means visually distinct colors don't automatically have a high contrast ratio. Sometimes designers ask me, what's the best colors to use? It's not always about the best colors, it's about the contrast ratio of these colors. While visually non-impaired users might be able to perceive the red and green words on the blue background for the image on the left, others will have a very hard time differentiating between the text and the background. The image on the right is how it might look to somebody who sees grayscale, which you can see is very hard to distinguish, even for me as someone who can see. Okay, continue on this color contrast for text. To meet these standards, text should have a color contrast ratio of 4.5 to 1. This ensures that viewers who cannot see a full color spectrum are able to read the text. So this also depends on the size of the text color, background will determine the element if it meets these requirements. To understand kind of contrast ratio, 1 to 1 is the lowest contrast ratio. It means there's no difference between the colors. 21 to 1 is kind of like the highest possible contrast ratio, kind of like white text on a black background. While the highest contrast is generally good, higher is not always better. I've seen research indicates that moderate contrast, somewhere between the extremes, is the best. Just using black and white to reach a higher contrast is not good for all users. This is sort of where the conversation needs to come in for branding for projects. I think it can start with branding. I've had hard conversations with companies on their branding colors and what that means when translating to the web. Because if you diagnose a lot of websites out there for accessibility, you come to find out color contrast is probably one of the biggest hurdles to tackle, and hardest to kind of for designers to keep things. They're worried about being pretty and aesthetically pleasing, but there's a lot of techniques you can use to kind of get around that. So moving on from text, we're going to do color contrast for user interface components. Version 2.1 of the Web Accessibility Guidelines. Minimal contrast is 3:1 contrast, adjacent colors for all UI components. Now we're going to start with a bad example. And this one, the borders of the input fields have insufficient contrast ratio, 1.5:1. Because of that, certain users may have a hard time finding input fields to enter. The background color of the send message button also has a low contrast ratio, 1.5:1. This will make it harder for users to identify the button. Now we'll continue on to more UI examples. Form A versus Form B. Form B is kind of like on the right is kind of saying, hey, this is aesthetically pleasing. This is what I like. Form B, a little higher contrast, a lot more accessible, borders, bolder text, bolder labeling text, things like that kind of make Form A much more accessible than Form B. And that's kind of like a direct contrast on the same type of form. Now this one, there's a lot of options here, 1 through 4, but we're mostly going to talk about 1 and 4 and kind of the contrast. The worst option is obviously number 1 in terms of accessibility. The best option is number 4. You can see here a couple things are happening in 4. There's the use of color, the use of icons and error messages to help the user understand what's going on. Option 4 is a good example of not just using color to help their guiders. So it's a lot of other things to help guide the user on this. As in forms in general, there can be a bigger conversation on best practices in making forms accessible. I could have a whole presentation based on form accessibility. I think right now we're just kind of going into kind of the visual aspects. As you can see on here, like visual labeling, proper understanding, proper heading structure and sections, clear warning indicators like you see in option 4. But for this purpose, I just want you to know sometimes just how color is used when using it in user interface elements. Here's a navigation example. Navigation A uses color to show shop. That's your select on shop. But when you see an option B, it's kind of what a colorblind person might see in navigation. You can't tell the difference at all. They have no idea what the selection is. Now, option C, for shop, they bolded the text and they underlined it. And which that allows for when you see an option D, what a colorblind person can see, they can clearly see what is selected in this navigation example. Now, these are simple graphs. These are just kind of express a point. When showing kind of different types of information or displaying types of information, labels just don't help. When someone's colorblind or not able to tell the graph what it is, apples, oranges, bananas, they would have a hard time distinguishing between that. Option B kind of shows, hey, you can use lines or dots or some other type of indicator of what that information is conveying. You could get rid of now they switched to another option B. You could just get rid of the legend altogether and just put the labels right on top. And well, as long as it's, if you put the labels on top, make sure it kind of meets those requirements of the contrast ratio that we're talking about, the 4.5:1. But, you get the point with this. It kind of shows, hey, you can label this over the top and get rid of the legend altogether. And this is just kind of a extended version of what we just saw a second ago as well. Just if you're trying to identify colors or an image, you can put 1, 2, 3, 4 over the top and identify with the legend on the right. This also just helps further reinforce, if someone has difficulty seeing. Include image and media alternatives in your design. For example, you might need visible links to transcript of audio, visible links to audio described versions of video, text along with icons and graphical buttons, captions and descriptions for tables or complex graphs. Okay, so Provide controls for content that starts automatically. That's a big one. I always have battled this with clients. I have a lot of clients that want to have automatic sliders or automatic videos playing when someone arrives on a landing page. And if you don't have visible controls to stop those, it gets really kind of disorienting for certain users. You can see in this one, there are links for closed captioning. There's links for speed control. There's links, there's links for transcripts. This video just kind of allows more control for the user over this experience with the video. Now this is an ugly slider. Sliders are actually for me, has been a big problem with achieving accessibility. People love sliders at the top of their websites or in the middle sometimes. And they all have their different challenges. And actually, there's a lot of people who tackle them differently. But when developing a slider or making a slider, putting one on your website, just keep some of these, things in mind. You want to have controls. You want to have navigation elements. You want ways for them to stop. You don't want it to play automatically if you have that option with your slider. So, and you want things to happen, like if roll over with a mouse, just have it stop as well. So it's not just the keyboard, but other ways of interacting with this media needs to kind of have easy control. Okay, now image accessibility. A lot of people talked about this really great. We had other speakers already talk extensively about some of these, like a presentation from Jerry Jones, I think it was, went on much more detail than I will compared on this presentation. I'll just kind of give you my take. You can easily add, for example, on this one, create an image that help make your images more informative to the user is kind of the underlying tone of this. As you can see, the alt text I have on the screen, aerial view of Central Park in New York. You could easily just have the word Central Park there. You don't even have to have it, but Central Park doesn't give any good indication of what this is about. Try to be relevant to the page content. So try to make the alt text town supportive to the rest of the content on the site. If your site was about something about famous city parks, that alt text would work great. But if it's more about open spaces, you might be considering a different alt text to kind of drive your point home further on that. And I got this question on length. I would recommend the alt text not be more than like 100 characters in length. If you need to go further, you can also add stuff to the description. But as far as like the alt text itself, try to keep it around 100 characters in length. It's also great for SEO if you do good alt text. Two more examples on alt text, like this one, e-commerce websites, credit card logo. If you just use the word credit card logos as alt text, they don't know which ones. A good alternative to this would be Visa and MasterCard accepted. So, just a lot more descriptive what that means if they were using a screen reader. This doesn't happen. This happens rarely in my case. I'm usually the graphic artist on the project. I don't put a lot of, I've learned this from accessibility. I'm not putting text over images. But if you do have a case of that, type it out in the alt text. This example, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. If the text is on the image, you can put it in the alt text. It is a good practice if you do it that way, but I just avoid it altogether, so. Accessible navigation. Designers and developers should consider both site-wide and page navigation. In general, provide multiple ways to reach any page on the site. Doing so allows users to choose whatever way of finding pages is easiest for them. Users with low vision may find using search easier than navigating through a large menu. Users with cognitive impairments may prefer a table of contents or a sitemap over clicking through many pages. All right, in a presentation earlier by Adam Berkowitz about building accessible navigation for search goes over accessible navigation in much more detail than I will go in this one today. But I would recommend to go back and listen to that presentation on how to make the navigation much more accessible. I just want to give some tips to consider on kind of my tips on it too as well. One of my first tips is using conventional locations for menus, such as across the top or along the left side. Don't come with some like crazy hidden menus, or along the right is also weird for people. So that's why I recommend the top or the left. Providing generous size for clickable areas, generally no smaller than 44 by 44 pixels. Don't make it real tiny, hard to hit, hard to find, kind of locate these kind of links on the navigation. Providing clear styles for hover or of the current states, also known as like focus. So when it's on focus, you know where the cursor is, or you know where, when you're tapping the keys to navigate the site, you know where you're at. Ensuring that menus are keyboard operable and focus states are never hidden from the users. Same what I said before, but just kind of reassuring, don't hide where they're navigating. Avoid linking off site when possible, unless properly marked by labels or ARIA labels. Using navigation landmarks for screen readers. People go back and forth on this one. A lot of people have different ideas of how to do this kind of markup, but I'll go over a little bit of some examples here soon. Keyboard accessibility. Keyboard accessibility is one of the most important aspects of web accessibility. Many users with motor disabilities rely on keyboard to navigate websites in place of a mouse. I just encourage you to try to navigate any of your sites, or if you're just with a keyboard, just to encourage you to try it. Use the tab key to go forward, use shift tab key to kind of go backwards, kind of backtrack. Keep in mind, like we said earlier, people have temporary disabilities that will have to use a keyboard, or later in life become disabled and they kind of need help using the keyboard instead of the mouse, and they kind of prefer it. All right, skip navigation and keyboard navigation. Skip links are internal pages links which aid navigation around the current page. Rather than navigating to completely new pages, they are mainly used by screen readers for bypassing or skipping over repetitive page content. When I heard about them first, I had no idea where they were or how to figure them out. So it took some time for me to kind of figure out how to use proper skip link navigation. Skip links can conclude like you see in the example, skip over primary navigation, but you can also have skip to main content, skip to sidebar, skip to footer. I would keep it limited. I wouldn't do like 50 of them or something like that, but I would keep it to kind of to the main section of the content you want people to have access to. Focus indicators. Can you tell, and this one, the question is, can you tell where the element is in focus when they're using the keyboard? Does the element stop moving when it's in focus? Elements include text links, buttons, forms, navigations, and sliders. So all these elements you want to kind of have a way that, hey, this is what you're focused on. Okay, we're gonna go to the demonstration part of my project here. Let me see, switch over to, I'm not picking on anybody when I'm demonstrating websites. I'm just trying to kind of show you kind of how things work. Now, when you hit the tab key on, I'm gonna use Unilever as kind of an example. They're a big company, so we can kind of see, they say, the first thing you see is skip to content. Now a user could hit enter on this and it'll skip right down to the main part of the content. And as you continue to hit tab, it's hard to tell, but it went up to their Facebook. It went up to the very top of their the main bar at the top. Then Twitter, and then through all their social icons, and then it moves to their logo, which means their main website, kind of home. About, brands. You kind of see as it's indicating, you can see the square is moving along with me, and I can choose that. Now, if I was consulting for Unilever, they have a great accessible website. I think it's a good example of it, but I also wish they had more skip links. I wish they had a way to kind of, skip to their navigation instead of going through that very top bar. But that's just, that's coming to my preference. And you just need to have more users try the website out and kind of give you feedback to kind of make those corrections. Now, landmark accessibility. What are website landmarks? They help screen readers identify sections of the website, identifies areas like navigation, main content areas, sidebars, search bar, footer, and copyright. On Unilever, they didn't really have those, they have those sections identified, and I can show you that in a minute as well. But I think that you use these landmarks or use ARIA labels to help identify if HTML is falling short for you. It's a good idea to have labels everywhere if possible, but know that HTML5 has a lot of this structure built in. So, and not all screen readers use ARIA label as its main source of information, but it's definitely still good to kind of consider adding these labels in. Heading accessibility. Just think of each page as an outline for a paper, starting with H1 as a title at the top of the page, then continue to H2, H3, H4. Use headings to convey meaning and structure. When I'm working with copywriters, I definitely, I try to guide this as much as possible when I'm working with them, trying to help me kind of convey meaning to everything, including images. I bring them in the conversation across the board. All right, so think about now that you have the copy and you got the images going, think about the design and the page structure. This can help someone when navigating the website. You can see here, proper white space makes the relationship between the content more apparent. Style headings to group content, reduce clutter, and make it easier to scan and understand. The example on the left just kind of has the main heading and the subheading kind of grouped together. The image is kind of thrown in there. You don't know what the association is with. The example on the right, the main heading and the image are grouped together, and then the subheadings are kind of in their own area. And the structure just makes a lot more sense. Notes on reading. When reading on the screen, users benefit from having text at a lower reading level. While it's not required for accessibility, it's the best to write it at a lower reading level is appropriate for your content. Doing so benefits people with cognitive impairments, people who do not speak English as the first language, and people who may be distracted while reading. Some of the best practice for readability include writing at a high school grade level where possible and appropriate, limit paragraphs to around 80 words if possible, avoid jargon and difficult language when possible. One of the tips I have is use the authoring tool, such as Hemingway Editor. It's a decent tool. You can get in there and kind of see what your readability is. I wouldn't overthink this. I know it really depends on the content of the website. And if you have a very scientific website, you have to write at a certain level. But if you don't need to make it overcomplicated, don't. Link and button accessibility. Okay, so the example on the left shows no information. You see this on a lot of websites, learn more. And in some cases you can't help it, like on a blog roll, you see learn more a lot, but it doesn't provide enough information for screen readers or people with visual impairments, kind of what that means. Compared to the button on the right, it says see all events. You know directly where that's gonna go. Even without context from a page here, you know it's gonna go see all the events. Also, the button on the left says learn more in all caps. This is something designers never think about. We think that looks pretty, make sure you put learn more, all caps. I hedge against that. You could, do like it says see all events, make the capital case like that. It helps differentiate the letters. It makes it a little easier to read. Okay. Let's see here. So yeah, continue on. And the last thing kind of with button accessibility or link accessibility for this case. The left one has no information as well. For information on the device independence, click here. Click here, you see a lot of people put that, but click where is kind of what someone could ask. So a more meaningful version would read more about device independence. And they know that it's about device independence is what they're clicking on, and they know where it's going to be going. That's true with links going off the site. You want to address them. Hey, this is leaving the site. It's kind of discombobulating to kind of just all of a sudden abruptly leave a site. I've seen companies add links that go off their webpage in their main navigation, and that's even confusing for me. And I know it happened. So keep that in mind. Keep in mind of the user when you're developing links for a site. Now, tools to help check your ADA compliance. I can go to a couple of these. These are just what work for me in my workflow. The best thing to do is actually have users use it, have people with disabilities use your website. That's the best way to check for it. But these are just kind of quick checks when I'm laying out a page or tackling a page. Okay, what did I miss? What am I not thinking about? And especially if I start adding more complicated things in there, like plugins or event things or things like that, I use these to kind of help me check or keep myself in check. Total Ally, this is a live check. So I broke these up in kind of live checkers that kind of float over the top of your screen and help you live check while you're making edits. And there's other ones you can actually submit a link. This is another live check called Code Sniffer. This one's really strenuous. It's kind of confusing to use, or it's not confusing to use. It just, man, it really finds some crazy things on your site. So you'll be like, dang, I need to learn how to program better once you start using this Code Sniffer. And there's also the W3C validator. This is a well-known one, but a lot of people have used it in the past. This is where you actually have to submit your kind of link to it. It checks it and spits back a report. Wave also has online, and plus I think there's a Chrome plugin. I put links here on this presentation. You can go check those out. These are great tools as well. Let's actually demonstrate one of these while I'm here. Let's do total accessibility. Or I think they meant to say totally, but let's refresh their page. We'll go to the Unilever one more time to demonstrate this. So the tool is a bookmark. So when you bookmark it, it's at the top of your bookmarks or wherever you hold it, and it puts a little icon on the bottom side of your screen. You click on it, and you're able to see, all right, check my heading structure. And this is a good example of a website, so there's not going to find a ton of errors. But if it comes up on the right, you can see that they have a good heading structure. I can actually demonstrate what it looks like if you have a bad heading structure here in a second. Contrast. This is always a kind of a doozy for a lot of websites, but knowing that there's some warnings on contrast, like this one up here, the contrast insufficient for its for this size. Yeah, you just kind of have to, it helps you diagnose like, okay, well, how can I correct this problem? Text links, labels. See, there's not a lot of errors. When I click on labels and nothing comes up, that means they have everything labeled. Image alt text. These are put as decorative. I kind of, that's from the programmer standpoint. I kind of wish that these images had alt text in them, but you can mark them with a certain marking that says, hey, this is decorative element. But sometimes designers do that to kind of get around things, but I kind of wish these had alt text on them. Landmarks. So this indicates landmarks, saying there's buttons up. These are buttons. What they didn't do, what the bad thing that the Unilever didn't do was actually say, hey, this is navigation, and hey, this is main content. That's something where they sort of are missing the mark, essentially, with landmarks. And I'll demonstrate the other here. Code sniffer. Code sniffer. So this is where, when we talked earlier in the presentation, we talked about section 508, WCAG 2, single A, double A, and triple A. Now you can actually switch between the standards on this kind of code checker, and like, hey, section 508, they only have one error, and you can view the report. And what this will do is, well, you can't even see it, it's off screen, but it's kind of pointing to this area like, hey, this is where the problem is. It even spits out code saying, hey, check out this code, and that's what the error is. So you can switch now to double A, what we were talking about for most. There's 150 warnings and 8 errors. You don't need to freak out about the warnings. The errors you definitely need to check out. And I have them organized by, and then when I view the report, you can organize them by, you can see all of them and view the report, or you can just see your errors and view the report. And this is just kind of like I said, this is a quick check. This is a good example. This is insufficient contrast. What it's doing is comparing the background to this white text, and you kind of see there's white in the image. It doesn't really provide as much contrast. It says it's 1.4 to 3. You know, it's a small minimum contrast right here. So it's saying we recommend 4.5 to 1. It actually has a 1 to 1. So, and even spits out a little code. So that's kind of a workflow. These are not a catch-all software. I recommend using a couple different checkers as you're working along to kind of see if either one can misses each other, because they do not catch everything. All right, in summary, make accessibility part of your entire design process. Accessibility makes better site structure and easier for everyone to use, better for search engines, SEO, and opens up the site to more users. For accessibility, kind of ending notes, it's okay to start small. Accessibility doesn't happen like in one day or overnight. I think this was said earlier, use your creativity, things make accessible, understand the guidelines, but come up with your own ideas and help solve some of these accessible problems and kind of share with the remaining, with the design community, developer community. Applying some concepts apply some of these concepts you learn kind of in your next design project. And, you know, if you do that, it kind of starts setting the conversation forward and kind of helps everybody. These are just some, my last page is here, just WordPress plugins for accessibility. WP Accessibility, probably a very popular plugin. I've used it a couple of times. If you don't know how to program skip links, this will help you with skip links. This also has a toggle for high contrast and large print, and also helps you enforce alt tag attributes on your images. It has some accessibility stuff with Divi and Genesis Framework. I didn't talk about this, but Genesis Framework was one of the first frameworks I used when it comes to accessibility. They really for a long time, they've been pushing the envelope for accessibility, and I continue to support their programs and their software as far as kind of how their themes work and how their framework is on the basis of accessibility. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dylan. We do have a couple questions from the audience.
Yeah.
We have a few minutes here to get those wrapped up. So someone asked, is no black on white text a WCAG requirement? They said you were the second speaker that brought this up, and they were asking where they could find more about those requirements.
Yeah, it's not a requirement. Is asking? No, it's not a requirement to have it that way. It's just a recommendation. It's kind of from research. Like, it's okay to have black and white, right, as contrast ratio, because that's the highest contrast ratio. But there's kind of a happy medium there, right? You don't want to overdo it, because there's actually certain types of users that are actually turned off by that high contrast, and it doesn't work for them either. So kind of there's kind of been some research on that. As far as the guidelines, they don't have specific exactly what color. They just want you to stay in the 4.5 to 1 as far as the WCAG AA. So kind of if you stick around that 4.5, 5, 6 and up, you're good to go. You don't have to make it extreme the other way. And plus, black and white's kind of a harsh. If you've seen an all black and white website, it's pretty hard to look at.
So then going off of that, would you suggest that sites provide contrast options for their users, or should you rely on their operating system preferences and settings? Oh,
that's a good question. Yeah, a little bit of both. I've had where, like one of the plugins I talked about, WP Accessibility, they have like a toggling tool for high contrast. So it can actually switch your site into the high contrast thing. But of course, people who have disability or use software to kind of interact with the web, they also have tools or preferences that are set for them. What you don't want is to try to override those preferences for the users. I think you don't want to make it more difficult, because you're not, yeah, a good practice is try to make it the same for everybody, not trying to figure out what you think this one user, how they want to use it. I don't know if that kind of answers the question, but that, yeah, just be careful on some of those aspects.
So then for testing for operating systems, would you recommend, is there a particular tool that you could simulate having those settings, or do you recommend just testing multiple devices with accessibility settings turned on?
Yeah. Well, testing, right? Yeah. As much as you have access to, and also get out there in the community. I've talked to several people on what they use. Like, hey, what do you use? And that's kind of the best gauge I can get. And you can look online the best you can, but honestly, finding users who have disabilities or who use the software and they have recommendations of the best things to use, and that's kind of where I start. And then you kind of have to test on multiple platforms. I'm used to testing as a developer or designer. You're used to testing on so many different things anyway, whether it's different web browser software or what. But if you can find different ways to test, if you can find multiple ways to test, it just helps you as a designer in general.
Great, that's helpful. Our last question here is about a specific graphic that you showed where you had the various disabilities in different size circles, and they were asking what the different sizes were reflecting, if that was the amount of people with a different disability. And do you have percentages that you could share?
Oh no, I did run across that in research about that. There are percentages. I was going to originally put that graphic in, but I didn't know. I was trying not to make it so confusing about what weight it is. Yeah, there are certain types of users that are more, and mostly probably motor skills. I think people who use the keyboard is probably the most, and then visually is kind of the next group. But that visual group is a lot broader, I guess you could say. I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's different types of visual disabilities. So I should have made, maybe that's a good suggestion. I should make that image a little more kind of like, hey, this is the weight of this group. But no, in that image there was not a weight bearing.
Okay, I think that's all we have. Thank you so much for presenting today, Dylan, and thank you all for attending. You can continue the conversation on social media with our hashtags WPAD2020 or WP Accessibility Day, and stay right here for the next session, which is Essential HTML Tweaks for Accessible Themes at 17, the top of the hour. So see you after the break.
Okay, my mic call is on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You are audible.
Well, my name is Martin Stehle. I repeat that, Martin Stehle.
Welcome back to WordPress Accessibility Day for our final session of the event. We hope you've enjoyed your time with us over the last 24 hours. To round out our amazing schedule, we have Martin Stehle with essential HTML tweaks for accessible themes. Please add your questions into the YouTube chat and we'll answer those at the end of the presentation. And remember to stay right here for closing remarks after Martin's session. So Martin has been a consultant, tester, speaker, and trainer for web accessibility since 1999, contributor for the WCAG 2.0 and the German BITV 2.0, winner, expert, and juror of the former German competition for accessible websites, WordPress core contributor since 2010, and graduated computer scientist for digital media since 1996. Martin, take it away.
Thank you very much. I will thank you very much for the introduction. And yes, my name is Martin Stehle. I'm living in Germany, Berlin. Today is a special day for Germany. We are celebrating 30 years of the German reunification today. And so I was part in that, but now I'm here. For you all guys, just to show you, for all developers and anybody who's interested in how to write your theme and of course your plugins to accessible in WordPress. So I will share my screen. Wait a minute, please. Go on. So. Okay, can you read it? Can you see that slide with the keyboard? Perfect. Let's go on. So, for whom did I write this presentation? Of course, for front-end developers, for theme authors of WordPress, and for plugin authors, and of course for everybody who's interested in. But I said that at the start because this will be a very technical presentation. It's not about languages or so. With yeah, some need to code is crucial. Okay, what do I cover in this presentation? Of course, I will talk about of course I will talk about the conformance level A and AA because you have to fulfill them. I talk about technique categorize as sufficient and of course of HTML and of the relevant WordPress functions. I will not talk about sorry, I have to rearrange my screen, my second screen. I will not talk about other topics because I have not that time to get a condensed and basic presentation about that topic. I will not cover ARIA, not CSS or JavaScript, no frames. No, I have not that time. But for all the other topics, you are right here. Okay, let's say some words about me again. About my profession. Yes, I am a computer scientist for digital media for about 20 years, but I am also an expert for accessibility because I have impairments. I'm hard of hearing, I'm body impaired, I'm a wheelchair user, and of course, accessibility in every topic of my life was in my interest and is in my interest. And so I got in touch with web accessibility in 1998 when I did my first steps in HTML programming, and there are such a great potential to create accessible content for everybody, but you have to know how to do it, and you also can do it very wrong. So I got in touch with the first WCAG, or in short, WCAG 1.0 in 1999, I think. And I was a contributor for the next version of them. And today I'm a consultant and developer for WordPress accessibility. Well, what will you get? A soft warm up, then a picture. Maybe we will dive deeply into some coding, and I will show you some user benefits, how you can create them. Okay, let's start with a soft warm up. Well, the very first element of an HTML code is, of course, the HTML element. You know that. And that's also the topic of my first rule of thumb. Define the plain language. That's also in success criterion 3.1.1 of the confirmation level single A. So you have to fulfill that if you want to call your theme accessible. And it's a very helpful information for applications, not for the human, but for applications. So they do not need to have to guess what is that human language. No, if you get them it with a tag or with an element, with an attribute, with a value by hand, then you have the application for you, and they can speak in the correct language. Well, how to do it wrong? You do not tell the language of the web page, the human language. And how to do it right? You tell the human language here in the HTML element with the lang attribute. Lang is short for language. And you can see here an example how to specify that the human language of that page is in Portuguese, in Brazilian Portuguese. But you know, WordPress is a CMS for the whole world. We have many languages. So of course, you cannot fix that language because you do not know what language the WordPress administrator will use. So how to do it more dynamically? For that, WordPress provides a very useful function, and that's called the language attributes. Puts that into the HTML element, and WordPress will do the rest for you. You can set and forget that. Okay. Also the same with language changes within the content of the web page. For example, you have an abbreviation in a foreign language, or you do quote a foreign person in the foreign language. It's very useful for screen readers, for example, to tell them, hey, here comes another language, so change the speaker, for example. How to do that? Well, you can also use a lang attribute in any other element of HTML, for example, in a span, in an inline element, or in another block element like block quote. And you can specify the language change there. And of course, you cannot also specify the language. You can also specify the reading direction. For example, in English, we use left to right reading. And if you want to quote a text in Arabic, you determine there is a change of the reading direction, and you can do that with the dir attribute. Dir is short for direction, and you can tell properly and determine for other machines, here comes change of the reading direction. If you want to go deeper into that, then read the specifications in ISO 1766 and read that, and you know how to write proper language standards, language specifications. Like here, last line shows some examples for the British English, for Japanese, and for Farsi, which is spoken in Iran. Okay. Now my second step here in the warm-up is the page title. I do not mean the title of the content, I mean the whole web page. This is a criterion in the WCAG to help the user to identify the web page and to give the user an orientation within a website. And not only within a website, the page title is also used by search engines to put a page title on the search engine result page. So it's not useful for disabled people, it's useful for everybody. What can you do wrong here? Well, I saw pages with no title element at all. I saw pages with an empty title element, or web pages with default text which is repeated on every page in the title element. Or sometimes I saw the file name, or at least there is no unique title for each page in a website. How to do it properly? Well, you see a list of techniques. You can find them in the documentation of the WCAG 2.1 techniques. Use the title element, ensure the title element describes the current page, and so on. At least use a unique title text. So, but you don't know what the title will be, because every administrator, every editor, and any contributor can write the title. So you have to do it dynamically. And WordPress, again, provides a useful function for that. You only need to add the theme support of the title tag during the theme setup in the function PAP. And in the header PAP, you just call the function WP_head. And WordPress will do the rest for you. Why is that possible? Because this WP_head calls a function which prints out the title element, and this function calls another function which renders the document title. I recommend you to take a look in the WordPress core code to that function. It's a great job done, and it covers every case of a website. For example, a single post, a search result page, or the error page not found, and so on. And you can you can change the page title with the filter hooks, as you can see here, pre-get document title, and so on. I recommend you take a look at that function. It's very useful. But you also can forget that. Just use theme support title tag and the function WP_head. Okay, that was a little warm up for you. I hope you are in there already. But now the journey begins. We will get deeper into that. First, think about that. We have heard that maybe before you start with accessibility, maybe you learned coding that a web page is purely visual mouse controlled interface. And if you have heard and all the presentation, you already know, oh, that is not true, because when you say it's only a purely visual remote control interface, you already know no, that is not true, because there are another forms of presenting a web content, a web page content. In reality, a web page is a sequence of content and interactive elements controlled by different technologies for different ways of presentations. Yeah. So, to lay the ground for that, a specific mindset is very helpful. Just three things you have to know. The first is text is king, because every browser, every device can do with text. Not every browser can do with images, or with videos, or with audio, or with an applet, or with a flash file. But every device can compute text, can do something with text. So text is king. If you have any content, be sure that it is also available in a textual form. The rest is entourage. The second trait in your mindset is always give structure with HTML. Not just don't think about only the visual representation of your content. Separate content and the design of it. Mark up the content with HTML elements, and I will show you the examples. And the third and last trait in your mindset is keyboard first. If a web page is not accessible with a keyboard, it is not accessible at all. Okay? Mouse and loudspeaker and so are additions. Keyboard is the first which has to work. Okay? Again, text is king. Always give structure with HTML elements, and keyboard is first. Okay? So now we can, now you are ready for the big journey. Let's take a look at, to these three topics: structure, meaningful sequence of the content, and alternative for non-text contents. Okay, let's go. When it comes to structure, we have to take closer looks to three types of content. Continuous text, like you read paragraph, headings, headlines, paragraph lists, and so on. There are forms and there are tables. If you read continuous text, if you produce continuous text in your theme, in the editor, or in your plugins page, ensure that the structure of a web page content and the associations between distinct pieces of content are available in HTML. Well, that sounds a bit abstract, but no worry, I'll show you some examples. Bear in mind, visual formatting is not sufficient. Again, separate content and design. Design, yes, it's okay, but first is content, text is king. If you want to give structure, specify the structure programmatically. and later you can design it with CSS. Okay, what can you do wrong? Well, that's a typical HTML code with no structure. There's a div element. Div is short for division. Of course, it has the attribute called class with the value header. So we can assume, okay, that might be the headline. We have tags, we have line breaks, and we have maybe some type of list. Yes, of course, we can read that. But now, as assistive technology can read that, cannot make sense about that. And if you go further, you will see more examples. You will see now a table. In the left column, there are some type of elements. And in the middle column, you see how you can do it wrong. And in the right column, you see how you do it correct. Well, if you want to specify a headline, yes, of course, it's larger and bold font than the rest of the text, and mostly separated by a blank line from the text, from the next paragraph. Yes, but that is nothing an application can detect. So instead, use heading elements of HTML from H1 to H6, and then you can design it with CSS. The same goes for list items, for form fields, and for special words like abbreviations or emphasis, and so on. The last line of the table tells you why, because if you use another output device, another than a visual output, you lost all structure information if you don't give any structure information. If you provide any structure information, then they will be preserved even in a non-visual output. Okay? So, community text how-to. Here's an example for headings. You see a screenshot on the left of an option page in the back end. The red dots are headings, headlines. So you can see them if you mark them up properly as headings. Another device, for example, a screen reader, can detect them as headlines, and the blind user can jump from headline to headline. That's a great benefit for him. And you can see here a visual representation of a list of headlines. And I think that's pretty cool, right? How to HTML? Well, or how to continuous text? Well, in German language, we have a proverb saying, education is when you know where to look it up. So I recommend you look it up in the specification of HTML, how to use the elements, how to use which element for what, and do that properly. And I can say it again and mind my pronunciation, my stress. Use these HTML elements and use them and not other inventions, because it's a standard, and maybe other inventions like divisions or spans is not what is known by other devices. Okay? Well, now we come to forms. Forms can be a challenge for users with vision impairment, with mobility impairment, with cognitive or learning disabilities, and users who are using assistive technologies. Oh, form can be really a burden, but you can write accessible forms. Well, what can you do wrong with forms? Well, in HTML, there's an element called label. And the label element provides an association of the form control, maybe a checkbox, and its description. You can see how to do it wrong. You do not provide any label element, or you provide a label element, but not the association between the form control and its label, its description. So see here two examples of label elements not using properly. Just label, but there is no association of the text and the form control. The machine cannot distinct or cannot specify the association. Another failure is when there are fields the user have to fill out, so-called required fields. Well, you can see here an abstract form that there are form fields and one field is required to fill out, and it is marked with an asterisk, and the explanation of the asterisk is found somewhere at the bottom of the form. Well, that is not accessible. And sometimes you see required fields marked by color only. Of course, you can read that, but can you hear it? No, of course not. So, marking by color is okay, but that's not sufficient. So, how to do it right? Use the label element, and not only that element, use more structure elements like field set and legend, like opt group in a selection, like submit buttons, especially if you have selections, and indicate required form control using labels or legends. That means in the second example, first example is how to label properly. You use the label element and you use its attribute called for. And in the form control, you use the attribute called ID. And you use in both attributes the same value. And now the machine or the software can create an association between the description and the form control. So can the screen reader and other associated technology. Right? That's here comes the second example: how to indicate required fields properly. Well, don't put a description or explanation at the end of the form, but indicate an understandable description at every form element which is required to fill out. Or you can use it in a legend if you have a group of form elements. So, and then you can indicate it with a color. In the second step, of course. First is text is king, first give structure. Okay. Well, it is important when it comes to plugin pages or pages for the backend. It is very helpful to provide a consistent presentation of forms, and for that, it's not for that WordPress provides some functions. You see them here in that slide. Just the 3-line setting first to setting section and submit button. Look it up, please, to see the documentation, and you can prepare the form with these two functions at setting field and register setting. You do not have to write the form element. WordPress will do that for you. Instead, with these 3 lines, and you will get, and the users will get a consistent form of the forms. Okay. Now tables are, that's pretty important. If you come to widgets on the widget page, well, you can create multiple instances of a widget. How to be sure that the ID is unique on that page? And for that, WordPress provides the 2 functions, getFieldID and getFieldName. Just use them as you see that in the code. Instead of hard-coded values, use these functions. If your widget is a subclass of the WordPress widget WP_widget, you have access to these 2 functions, and WordPress will create unique IDs and names in the forms for the whole widget page. Okay, now it comes to tables. Well, tables are good to present tabular informations. What can you do wrong? You are not using table or the table element. You are using the div element, or you are using tables for layout purposes only, the so-called layout tables. And you do not prepare, you do not create any distinction between column, header, and the data cell, for example. Well, how to tables provide the correct markup, provide a summary attribute, a caption element, and using IDs and headers. Well, I show you an example how to write it in your code with a summary attribute in the table element. And here in a complex table, you can see an example how to use the attribute headers and ID. So, for example, a screen reader can read out at the table cell with the value 20, for example, to which column headers the table cell belongs. Okay, now you will come to a meaningful sequence. That's a really helpful technique. The meaningful order of content means that you have the header, you have the main content, you have sidebars, you have footers. You can change them, but changing them will not change the meaning of your content. Okay? If that is the case, then you have a meaningful sequence. There might be, or there may be, several meaningful orders. Of course, only one is sufficient for your web page or for your theme template. Yeah, and that is important because if you provide a meaningful sequence, your web page is accessible not only in visual browsers, it's also accessible in other devices. What can you do wrong? Well, you do not provide any content structure via HTML, or you want to try it with CSS to at least provide a meaningful sequence visually. But again, there's a lack of structure. That's the big failure. How to do it? Use the HTML elements for structure and test your content. Either turn off the CSS in your browser, or use a text-only browser like Links, or a web service like Textiles to have a look, to have an image, get an image of your text. Okay. And now the third big step in our journey, the third and last big step, is about non-text content. Yes, we all love non-text content like videos, like audios, like animations. But text is king, right? So what are we doing? We provide text alternative for those types of content. For example, for audios and videos, there's text transcript, and I will show you an example in German of the federal president. You can see here a video in certain sign language, but then the president starts to talk, and what he says is also available here as text, here as a PDF and in an easy language. So if you have a text alternative, well, that's acceptable, right? Okay, back to our presentation. If you have videos, use captions, and with the track element, you can combine videos with captions files, for example. If you have objects, use the alt attribute, use the body of the object element to provide alternative of the text. And now the big topic is, of course, images. Well, my speakers before me taught a lot about images and alternative text. I just repeat it here. Use alt attributes, use not only in images, only in sitemap, not in sitemap, in image maps. And if the image is only decorative, just no, don't use any alt text. I want to provide a helpful resource on the server of the w3.org. It's the so-called alt decision tree, a very funny and helpful graphic to tell you how you write an alternative text. And of course, you can do it in a quick way that was described in a presentation ago. It's a so-called telephone test. Well, explain during a phone call the other person in image in not more than 10 words, or maybe 11 words, in a short sentence. How would you do it? And how would you do this? You'll get the alt text of that image. Very quick and easy rule of thumb how to write correct and useful alternative text for images. Wow, that's the big journey. Let's step to the last topic of my presentation, and I see, well, I'm running out of time, right? So I will do it fast. Fasten seatbelt, please. Well, keyboard support is very crucial, of course, for accessibility. Keyboard first. So test your web page with the keyboard and without the mouse. If you can access all form elements with the keyboard only, then you have an accessible web page. If you can reach every link with the keyboard only, you have an accessible web page. What can you do wrong? Yeah, you do not use HTML properly. For example, here's a span element with the onClick attribute. That is not a link for a machine. It's something what you invented. No. Or the on-change event on a selection field. It's not, that leads to some orientation failure, right? How to do it properly. Well, avoid the use of JavaScript for interactivity and use HTML. Bypass blocks. Oh, that's a great topic. Blocks, I do not mean the Gutenberg blocks. I mean blocks as section of your content of the web page. Repeated on multiple pages like the navigation links block or the main content block, the sidebars, and so on. So, provide links to that blocks. These links do not need to be visible. Well, this is so-called skip links. If you use, let's show me you example here on my second tab. Here you can see a page of my local host, and I am using now the tab key once. And you can see here the skip link is very helpful for users with visual impairments who use screen magnifiers, and it's reading loud for speaking out loud for screen reader users. Of course, you use the class skip link and screen reader text, and I recommend you to take a look in the file style CSS of the 2020 theme and to reuse these statements in CSS for your themes. Well, we will come to an end, I promise. Just links, as we have seen it in the presentations ago, provide useful links because links can be print out of context, out of the web page content. For example, in a linked list of a screen reader or of another assistive technology. So be sure that a link text is understandable out of context. What can you do wrong? Well, you see the read more links, especially on archive pages of a blog. And you hear read more, read more, read more, read more, and you do not know, okay, but what's the target of that link? Or you use different links for the same target. It is okay, but not so cool because it's a lack of consistency and may cause disorientation. And now you open your windows in a new tab. Maybe for me that is not forbidden, but you can do it better. How to? Well, this provide a link text which describes the purpose of a link, and use the same link text for the same target. And of course, use different link text for different targets, for different web pages. You can extend the link text with the title attribute, but be aware that it's not reliable because users can turn off speaking out the title attribute. Instead, extend the link text with visually hidden unique text. And here you can see an example of that. I have found that in the theme 2019, it's the function content, and you can pass the link text for that for the read more link, and with that construction you can offer a link which is print out only continue reading, but in an assistive technology there is a longer description, a unique link. Again, when you see, if you put the title of the target into the link description. And so you can provide unique links hearing, but visually consistent links. And how to open new tabs is really easy. Just say in the link that it opens a new tab in your window. And if you don't like the text, you can hide it visually. At least it is speak out loud for screen reader users. Now, of course, use list for group of links and use an element nav for navigation. The nav element is really useful, and education is if you know where to look it up. I provide you a link because in WordPress 5.5 there's a great support for nav elements using ARIA labels. Now I come to I think the last topic of my presentation, the focus order. Focus is when you tap through the content and you can reach the links, the form fields, and so on. Provide a meaningful focus order, and that means provide a meaningful sequence first. And so you get a meaningful focus order. What can you do wrong? Use a tab index attribute. Oh, yes, there's a tab index attribute that you can control the order of the focus while tabbing or during tabbing. But you do not know if what the browser will do with the other element without the tab index attribute. And the other failure is maybe you use the hover pseudo class for mouse overs, but do not provide the focus class too. So how do we do it properly? Use both the focus and the hover class, pseudo classes, and avoid the tab index attribute. That's my preferred use. Just no tab index. Just provide a meaningful sequence in the HTML code, and the focus order is meaningful too. Okay, and that's my very last thing is resizing. It's not about zooming, it's about resizing. Resizing the window, for example, or resizing the content with the browser functions. Well, how can you do it wrong in HTML? You provide the meta element with the viewport name, and I have seen that you do not allow any scaling or resizing. How to do it properly? Avoid that meta viewport element, or if you have to use it, allow scaling and resizing. It's values you can see here in the example. Well, congratulations. Now we have come to an end. We have learned the mindset of a successful accessible developer. Text structure in keyboard first. And we have learned how to structure the template, provide meaningful segments without CSS first, provide text identity, provide script links, and provide tabable and resizable content. You have some tools which helps you in your work, some validators like the HTML checker of w3.org, an accessibility checker online, so-called Wave. I love that tool, and a text-only converter, Textiles. You can find this presentation on SlideShare now under that link, and now the one is open for questions.
Thank you so much, Martin. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but there are some on the site, and we'll make sure those get answered. We're actually going to be able to move into our closing remarks, but thank you again, Martin. That was some great content. And we'll get you that link so that you can answer questions.
A moment. I will close my
and we will turn it over to Stefano for closing remarks. Thank you so much for being here for Accessibility Day and for Martin's presentation.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope everything is okay because I'll be honest, we didn't test this. So I hope you can hear me, but just give me a feedback here in the chat. I hope so. Can you hear me, Megan? Okay. Yeah, I hope so. Okay, perfect. So let's start, or better, let's end, because we are at the closing remarks. So I'm really happy you decided to stay with us until now, at the very end of the first WordPress Accessibility Day. Back in July 2019, the first proposal of a WordPress Accessibility Day came out of nowhere during one of the WordPress Accessibility team's weekly chat. From that moment, it slowly evolved into the event you were able to attend, which was something completely different from what we had originally thought. The organization of this event started in a world that was completely different from what is now. All of a sudden, the only way to meet our friends and relatives was through the internet. And we weren't ready. Even today, the internet is a huge barrier for many people, including and especially for people with disabilities. All of us understand the power and the importance of web accessibility because we know it can make the difference in the life of someone, and maybe even in our life. In those months when we were forced to stay at home, we experienced the solitude that many people with disabilities have to deal with. For me, organizing WordPress Accessibility Day was a way to get through it. It gave me a purpose, and meeting every week with awesome people helped me in fighting loneliness. Powering an incredible number of websites all over the world, WordPress accessibility is capital for people with disabilities, and not only for them. As we learned in the last 24 hours, accessibility crisscrosses all aspects of creating websites. Taking it in consideration improves the experience even for people who don't have a disability. And all people working in the field should understand its importance. If I had to highlight a thing I learned today, it's that accessibility is a collective effort. Looking through the chats, it's clear that even the most experienced accessibility professionals learned something, and they gave thanks to speakers for learning something new. Also, I saw gratefulness from people who are new to web accessibility because they were shown aspects that they hadn't taken in consideration before. Was WordPress Accessibility Day a success? We can't really say this today. We'll see in the next few months. On one side, if accessibility specialists will join the efforts of the WordPress accessibility team to make WordPress more accessible, then we'll be able to say that WordPress Accessibility Day was a success. On the other side, we will be able to say that WordPress Accessibility Day was a success only if WordPress contributors, themes and plugins creators, content creators, website owners, and all stakeholders start to push for WordPress to be more accessible. At this point, allow me a few more minutes to thank once more all the people that made this event possible. The accessibility of the event was one of our first priorities, even when we decided to organize it. And we all know that if we want professionals to do a job, you'll have to pay them the right. We know we can do better, but at least as a first try, we decided to have live captioning for all the presentations and post-production closed captioning. We were able to afford that only because many sponsors decided to contribute to the event. So, massive thanks to our gold sponsors, Yoast SEO, Infoexia, and GoDaddy Pro. Many thanks to our silver sponsors, the A11Y Collective, Ellie, and American Eagle. And thanks to all our bronze sponsors, Rocket Validator, Joe Dawson, CodeGeek, Beth Hannon Business Websites, and NerdPress. Also, allow me to thank all captioners for their incredible work. It was clear to me that this event was in some way very different from others' events for them, at least because we understand and we appreciate their hard work. Without speakers, an online conference would not make sense. Speakers were the art of the event and decided to share their knowledge for free to all of us, and this is invaluable. Allow me a special thank to Sandy Feldman, our backup speaker, and to all candidates who sent an application to talk. We hope that you are still going to help us with future events. Massive thanks go to all volunteers, whether on camera as hosts or off camera as moderators and monitors in the YouTube chat. Your contribution, as small as it was, and it wasn't small, by the way, was greatly valued, and we hope you could continue to contribute your time. But join me even more in giving thanks to all the organizers of this event. Jean-Baptiste Audra and Konstantinos Xenos for getting the website started, Enrique Sanchez for helping with the design, Brian de Koning for helping us with the speaker selection, Sally Thorne for writing the blog posts of our sponsors, Vincent Sanchez and Antonio Trifiro for helping us running the streaming of the event, Joe Simpson Jr. for organizing our volunteers, and Duhamed Kabir Chayon and Daprit Shah for helping us with all the small, last-minute things that, if well managed, make the difference. Finally, I'm really missing words to describe the incredible and invaluable work of the lead organizers of this event. Natalie McLeese, who managed a gigantic amount of work behind the scenes, and Joe Dawson, who was able to keep an eye on almost everything that happened before and during the event. Well, and now what happens? The online event ends here, but our commitment to WordPress Accessibility Day doesn't. While we'll need at least a week to recover, our hope is to work on the videos of the event as soon as possible. We want to edit, add closed captions, and publish all of the presentations on YouTube so that they are available for everyone, and so that you can catch up with the talks you missed because you were sleeping. The heart of the organizing team of the WordPress Accessibility Day is formed by members of the WordPress Accessibility team, the group of people who dedicate part of their time to improving the accessibility of WordPress. We are always looking for new contributors. It doesn't matter if you are new or experienced. It doesn't matter if you know about accessibility or WordPress. If you want to give back to such an important project of the web, you're more than welcome. We have weekly meetings on Friday at 15 UTC, at least for the next few weeks. And you can find all the details on how to join at make.wordpress.org/accessibility. And finally, I can already announce to you that this was only the first WordPress Accessibility Day. Under extreme peer pressure, as someone said, I had already agreed to lead the organization of the second WordPress Accessibility Day happening in 2021. We don't have a day, we don't have plans, but we definitely want to continue this experience, hoping that it will be even more successful and satisfying than with this one for everyone. And that said, I think I should really stop talking and leave you. Thank you again for attending. See you next year, and let's continue discussion about accessibility and WordPress.